Slowly when you come alive, and I could be the one, I could be in need. Nothing really matters when you're focusing on me. Yeah, I could be the burn, burning in your fire. Baby, follow me, we'll come alive. Come alive.
Welcome to the 49er FX and Nacra 17 World Championships here in Cagliari in the south of Sardinia. So you keep that you keep that for another 3 years at least. Tell us why have we got the honor of having you here in the studio? Why are you not on the water?
I quite like talking, but also became a mom 3 months ago to my daughter Kato. So I'm still building up my body, and I'm still with Kato. I'm still building up my body, and I'm still with Kato a lot, and focusing on motherhood right now, and hopefully get into sailing at one point again.
Well, congratulations on becoming a mother and also on getting married.
Fleets. Today, they split into gold and silver fleet.
I mean, the first day we succeeded in making the right decisions around the race course, but didn't have super good speed, but it ended up quite good. Yesterday we had better boat speed, but not so good decisions. So hopefully today we're gonna mix things together, and that's gonna be enough, but we'll see.
The win delivered once again, and soon enough, we went racing. In the Nacra 17s, in La France, and are taking nothing for granted.
Race win in the World Championships feels nice. Easy when you got the hang of it. Yeah, we came in here expecting absolutely nothing and didn't perform this well at this stage of the event, but it's now, we also remember that now is the real regatta starts when we go into Gold Fleet tomorrow, and we're just happy to kind of do the first check and make it to Gold Fleet, and now we take it from here and mainly learning and just enjoying. Make it to Gold Fleet, and now we take it from here and mainly learning and just enjoying sailing together. Yeah.
Pre-weekend in Cadiz in Spain, and we've been catching up with some of those SailGP competitors who are here.
Yeah, I mean, SailGP is very restricted into how many days we can sail, so it's important for us to stay sharp between events, and I think the 49er fleet at the moment in terms of one design Olympic sailing it's really pushing us to get to the next level, so it's cool to combine both. I think at the same time in SailGP you really learn to maximize every minute you have on the water and how to be as productive as possible. So I think there's a lot of things in both that are positive for each other, and we try to combine it the best way possible. Starts are extremely different. 49er is a lot bigger fleet. We're starting starts are extremely different. 49er is a lot bigger fleet. We're starting upwind. SailGP was starting reaching with fewer boats. So in the end, it's very every weekend at SailGP events. I think it's extremely helpful, you know, to be racing with a helicopter above your head, you knowing everybody's watching you, that media attention that we normally don't really get in sailing. And I think having that practice from SailGP and applying it to the Olympic circuit is super valuable, and yeah, we're extremely lucky to have that. And honestly, both. When you get away from one and you come back, you enjoy it so much. Like here, we just came back in the 49er. We haven't sailed really for years, so it's extremely challenging, but at the same time,
obviously it's not the best preparation probably for the World Championships, but at the same time the way we approach a little bit these World Championships is that we want to jump back into the 49er after a year not having sailed the boat. And I think it's actually quite a nice mentality to go into Worlds with. Pressure is a little off. Obviously we want to perform and we want to try to be finishing as high as we can in the leaderboard. But at the same time, we're just back in the 49er, trying to really enjoy every day we sail out there, which we are. And yeah, it's good fun.
Well, we're getting into the action with the Nacra 17 catamarans. We heard from Scipio Houtman, one of the Dutch sailors in the catamaran fleet, just what makes these boats so exciting.
Okay, so the Nacra is most exciting. It's high speed, it's foiling, it's mixed gender, and it's a really technical boat. So both crew members need to be really in sync to get the boat flying stably on the waves. And if you push too high, you might lose it and you crash down. So the most exciting moments are when you come into marks with a lot of boats at really high speed, and there's a lot happening, and you need to quickly adjust your plan and at the same time keep communicating with your crew, but also keep
the top 20. Yes, the top 20 yesterday. We've got 4.5 minutes to the first start, and ideally we're trying slightly different formats. So John Gimson and Anna Burnet.
Today they are already in 4th place, so it definitely gives a lot of opportunities and also puts the pressure on these final days extra.
And so yesterday the Dutch surprised even themselves. Willemien Offerman and Scipio Houtman. We just heard from Scipio just now. They put in a lot of training, and I feel like in this last year where a lot of top sailors like yourself have taken time out doing other things other than Olympic campaigning, those guys have pushed on really hard, and from their reaction yesterday, I think they took themselves by surprise that they were pushing the Italians, Gigi Ugolini and Maria Giubilei, so hard. Two match races out at the front, first and second on both occasions for Italy and the Netherlands, but those Dutch sailors definitely getting closer to the front of the pack.
Yeah, it's definitely exciting, and if these veterans, as we say, take a little break, it's an opportunity for the young guns to bridge that gap. And I think it will have come as a bit of a surprise to some of the older teams how fast these young ones are coming up, and it's only better because the level keeps going up, and it's a little bit of a refresher, like, ooh, we gotta go. We're here 2 minutes 20 before the start. We've got onshore breeze, which normally in sailing you would say it's pretty stable, but I've heard from all the sailors that it's actually really unstable, and you can see that a bit when we get the shot from up top, that there's still very patches of breeze. So there's places on the course area where there's more breeze, and there's places where there's less breeze. What we also see is that there's a bit of swell underneath, so you can see the waves rolling through the start line from the left to the right. And all the boats are now setting up for this start already. We've got 20 boats. They were sailing, like Andy said, with 40 boats before, so it was really congested and really crowded around the racetrack. They'll have a little bit more breathing space now, but with the level being so high, it won't feel like a lot of breathing space to the athletes. We're going into the final minute, and what's important in this final minute is that boats can no longer cross the start line. If they cross the start line before the gun in this final minute, they will be disqualified for the race. So they want to get close, but not too close yet.
And you've sailed on a Nacra a little bit, haven't you? It's quite a different experience to what you know, even though it's another form of high-performance boat compared with the 49er FX, which is your weapon of choice.
Yeah, just one day. It was really scary. Here we see Australia putting up the spinnaker, going for a jibe. I wonder where they are going, as we only have 45 seconds to go to the start line. There might be some, they're dropping the spinnaker. Maybe they were doing some material checks. We got 40 seconds to go. We got Argentina lined up for the pin with GBR right above them, and Australia trying to sneak into a very little spot. It looks like everyone is gunning for the pin end, which also looks favorite. Favorite means that the pin end is a little bit closer to the top mark, which means they will have less distance to sail.
And I'm really surprised to see where Belgium at the bottom of our screen and one of the French boats, 51, is down on port tack. They're obviously looking to start on port, and there you see Belgium and France bearing away behind Argentina.
Here we go. Final seconds in 3, 2, 1, and that is the start line. We've got one Italian boat pulling off a port tack start from the middle of the fleet together with Swiss and France, without any collision. That's fun to see, huh? We don't see that often in sail racing.
That is an awesome start, and I believe that is Ugolini and Giubilei and Italy 98 who pulled that incredible port tack start off, and just to windward of them is the Swedish boat, and just back from them are the French. And at the top of the picture you can see the Argentinian boat with that sort of spider splodge on their sail. That's who we're looking at now.
Yeah, great start also. So we already said that the pin was favorite, and they chose different tactics. So the Argentinians chose to start on starboard, and the other Italian, Swedish and French chose to take this advantage of the pin end being favorite, but they probably see something on this right side hand of the course why they want to go there. Here we see the Argentinians going for attack. Let's see if they can cross in front of the fleet. There's not a lot of wind. You see that they have to be very gentle on the boat, and even the helm is staying on the old side for a while.
And they got the start they wanted, Argentina, but they were quite slow to accelerate, whereas the port tack starters, who you can see on the left of screen, Italy being the furthest left, were immediately fast, and it took Argentina a while to get up to pace, but they're looking pretty good now. They're flying one hull. I can tell you in SailGP they call that H1.
H1, yeah, it just means that one hull is in the water and one is in the air. And as we're looking at this beautiful shot from above, we can see a lot of boats all going to the right hand side of the course, so they must be seeing more breeze there, and it's all about finding a clear lane. If you're with so many boats who all have the same plan and you're not in front, I can tell you it's quite tricky.
And clearly they have followed the patterns of what's been going on the first 3 days, and it seems that they believe it's a go right kind of race course. Italy 46 still plugging out to the left-hand side, but how long will they keep doing that? They will be surely looking over their shoulder, thinking we should get over there fairly soon as well.
And looking at boat speed, we see that Italy is going at 6 knots, whereas Argentina is only reaching 4.5. So that means that they are going faster on the right-hand side, which means they probably have more breeze over there, which explains why every boat is so keen to get out there.
And finally, the Italians, Italy 46, do tack over. And so they're quite exposed on this side of the racecourse, but they do at least have clear air. Do you think it's heading a little bit? Do you think the wind is going right a little bit?
Yeah, it certainly, I don't know. I think it looks very patchy, so you can just see that certain spots of the racecourse have more breeze than others, which can sometimes make it a little bit of a lottery. But you do see everybody going out to that right-hand side. You could also, with that big mountain we have here in Cagliari, expect a bit of a shift, but we'll expect that a bit later on. And these are just beautiful shots to look at. What a beautiful race venue we have.
And we are looking back in an easterly direction now. The forecasts said that the wind should actually be coming from where we're looking. So the wind is actually 180 degrees opposite to what some of the forecasts were saying.
Yeah, the forecasts are all over the place, which means that the sailors don't have this forecast to rely on, and they really have to do it all themselves. So they're right now on the water. They're trying to make their boat go fast, but at the same time, they're also looking around them. So they're looking at the water. If they see darker patches of water, which means more breeze, but they're also looking at the clouds, knowing these weird forecasts, thinking, oh, maybe the wind will turn a whole different way. So there's a lot of things to focus on while doing all this really intricate technique to make the boat go forward. Right now, looking very good is the Argentinian boat. And it looks actually like the boats who are on the left-hand side are getting a little bit of a lift, a little bit more breeze. And I think it will be tricky for the Italians and the Swedish to come back when they tack onto starboard.
It's really interesting that the Italians, who know this venue better than anywhere else because they train here all the time, decided to go for that port tack start, which they executed brilliantly, and that's them top right of picture right now. So they seem to know that when the breeze is from this direction right is possibly your best bet. Do you think that France 483 has a turn of speed, or am I misreading that? They look faster to me than the Italians.
They definitely look faster. They look like they're sailing a bit of a different mode as well, just sending it bow down, and we can already see the top mark there. So it is a very long tack on port, which means that the race course was skewed, and they've only almost been sailing on port, which makes boat speed very important.
So that is a good turn of pace by the French team, Clément Martineau and Eloise Clabon. Not one of the front runners. They're currently 10th going into today. But certainly, Adil, you pointed out that there are holes in the breeze here, and there's an element of lottery involved. As long as there are enough races, the lottery and the luck probably even out, don't they?
Yeah, definitely. And it's also not a total surprise because Clement has also been European champion in the Nacra 15 only 3 years ago, which is the little sister brother boat of the Nacra. So he is young, but he's very talented, and he's now showing the senior fleet what he can do.
Wow, very
together
impressive
with his teammates, of course. It's a lot of teamwork, and especially in these light breeze, it's like you said, it's ballet on the water. And here we see Italy 98 also putting in this fast mode and rolling over the top, having a nice. It's actually crazy because Italy started on port and they are almost making the top mark. So bit of a race course, and there was a big shift before the start, which enabled this to happen.
Now, the Swedish tacked before the Italians did, so the Swedish obviously think that Italy 98 has sailed a little bit further than they needed to. Is this a good attacking move by Sweden, or have they tacked a little bit too early? And then we see also that there's a couple of port tackers that are approaching the two leading boats on the right-hand side, Italy 98 and Sweden. That's Sweden on the left, Italy on the right.
It looks like so far the boats from the right side are crossing ahead, and they are on ley line or close to the ley line for the top mark. But this is where it all gets exciting. Everybody's coming together. It's really tight whether you can cross in front or have to go behind, and a few meters can mean a lot of number of boats in the front or behind. Here we see Argentina, who had the best start on the pin-end side, tacking underneath. So they could either think that they're making the mark already, or they're going to do 2 more tacks near the mark at the top.
Which surely in these conditions in a Nacra 17 you really wouldn't want to have to do.
No, that would cost a lot, but so far it looks like they're just putting it into a high mode and trying to get to the mark. Here we see Bjarne Brouwer and Jorien Hind putting it even in front of them. If a boat tacks in front of another boat, it makes it that there's less wind for the boat behind. So you can essentially bully others on the race course. And when you're going through the mark and you only have one direction to go to, that can be very nasty. Here we see they're all going towards the same mark, but Italy has the nicest lane, and they can put it into speed mode and will get to the first mark in first position.
Yeah, good choice, good positioning by the Italians after that brave port tack start, which they executed so well. And now they're reaping the rewards of that as local sailors who know this area so well. Ugolini and Giubilei move into the lead ahead of Offerman and Houtman. And we are looking at the same 1-2 in this race as we had first and second in yesterday's two races.
Yeah,
So
I think actually that this is the other Dutch boats. This is Björn Brouwer and
Oh,
Eugene Hin.
excuse me.
But it doesn't matter, same flag. And what you can also see is that all of the boats are super close together. So it means that there was not a lot of difference on the race course, whether you were on the right side or whether you... oh, you're right. I'm so sorry. Yeah, you can see I'm commentating for the first time. We should leave it to Andy, the veteran. Here we see Italy flying their blue Vinegar with quite a nice lead.
yeah, really nice lead for them, but not so good for Offerman and Houtman because they didn't quite make it. They've had to tack again. They're in a little bit of trouble. Have they managed to tack without fouling the Argentinians?
Ooh.
The Argentinians look like they had to change course. That could be a possible protest against the Dutch. So it depends how aggressive the Argentinians want to be, but there's a possible incident there as the Argentina, the Dutch and the French all hoist their Jenica at the windward mark. So this plays into the hands of the Swedes who are now up into second place, but a very, very clear lead now for the Italians. And look, they're just about up. What do we call that? H0. They haven't got either hull in the water once they're foiling.
They're flying high, which means that this is really cool about these Nacra 17 boats, that with quite little breeze they can already get up in the foils in the reach or a downwind leg. And what's important is that it's still a difficult decision, because if you want to sail up on those foils, you'll have to sail a higher angle, which means you will have to sail more distance towards the mark. But then when you get up in those foils, you'll go a lot faster. And I think that's a difficult decision that these sailors now need to make. Do I invest in trying to get up into the foils, or I just choose to stay on the hulls, but sail shorter distance to the mark?
Now, we've got the privilege of this bird's eye view, which is something the sailors don't get. What do you see on the water, Adil, that makes you want to go one way or the other?
I definitely see that it's still patchy. What I mean with patchy is that there's places on the racecourse where there's more breeze and places where there's less breeze. So you can see that some spots on the water are darker. If there's darker water, it means there's more breeze. If there's lighter water, or if it looks a bit glassy like a mirror, it means there's less breeze. So as a sailor, you want to look out for those dark patches and position your boat to be there.
If I were those boats on the left, if I had the privileged position of seeing what we're seeing, I would want to be jibing. I think the Italians doing an early jibe have extended their lead even further, and I feel like they're just moving into the best breeze. And the Italians are going to get even wealthier going down this side of the course.
It looks like it, but it does look like the boats at the very top are having to sail a very high angle, so doing the same thing. So it also shows us that the breeze is very local. You can have really great breeze in one spot, and someone 20 meters away can have completely different breeze. And this means that the sailors have to be on their toes the whole time throughout the race.
Now, it doesn't matter how much you lead a race by, the Italians are not going to get rewarded anymore for leading as much as they are, but this must be an amazing feeling. Adil, what's it like to be at the head of an Olympic fleet like this, winning a race by an absolute country mile?
It's very fun, but also nerve-wracking until the very end. And sometimes when you have stable breeze and a lot of breeze and you can stretch your legs, you can get sort of comfortable, talk about the scenery, about how good life is at the front. But I don't think these sailors are relaxed right now. They still got a lot of race to go, and they might just fall into a hole of breeze and have the whole fleet come in from behind. I hope for them that they manage to stay ahead and can get some enjoyment.
Yeah, it's absolutely right. I mean, the further ahead you get of the fleet, the more leverage potentially the rest of the fleet can get on you. And if other boats behind you are going both sides of the course, you can't defend against all of them. But the Italians doing a pretty good job of trying to keep themselves between the next mark and where they think the sort of the bulk or the epicenter of the fleet is behind them.
And you can see all of the boats now heading towards the left side of the downwind. So that's the same side that most boats went to in the upwind. So they must think that there's something happening there to give them an advantage. What was funny is that in the upwind, it was a very long vortex start. So when you look at the course, it will be a very long starboard. This is funny. They're trying really hard, but it also looks a bit like pleasure sailing like this, huh?
It really does, doesn't it? I mean, that is so relaxed. Just out for a Friday afternoon cruise here in the Bay of Cagliari. But honestly, if that's what makes the boat go fast, that's what they're doing right now, even if it doesn't look like it.
And also what you can see is that he does have his left hand on his tiller extension. That's how he steers the boat. And by putting the tiller extension down on the hull instead of having it up in the hair in your hand, you are making sure that you're steering very little, which makes it that you're not causing friction in the water and the boat can glide through the water effortlessly. So it looks like pleasure, but it's also just smart sailing.
It looks a lot more comfortable than sailing an FX skiff in this kind of breeze when you're crouching with your knees up underneath your chin.
Yeah, definitely. Right now they are catamaran with a nice trampoline. Maybe I would choose a Nacra in these conditions.
Yeah, and yet they wear crash helmets. You're probably wondering why on earth would you need to be wearing crash helmets on a pleasure cruise catamaran? But when these boats are foiling at speed, they can be actually quite dangerous.
Definitely. I've done it once, and I don't envy these guys. They're really tough, and it's really cool to see these boats flying, but it's also cool to see this sailing. And as we can see, the Italians are already very close to the bottom mark. It was a very long starboard tack again in this downwind. And as we could see when we saw the drone shot, we still see that the wind is very up and down, so the sailors still need to keep their eyes out of the boat at all times for where the next breeze will come from. We also see on the very right of the screen, we see an orange rubber dinghy with a flag, and they are giving a horn, which means that the course will be changed. This is due to that it was askewed before, and they will now put in a straight course again, so the sailors have a bit more to play for. Here we see the bottom routing of Italia. The crew is trying to get the spinnaker down as quick as possible without touching the water, and then they're heading up into the upwind.
Very smoothly done, and up onto the second upwind go Italy 98, still with an extremely healthy lead. I wonder how long they're going to stay on starboard. Gianluigi Ugolini, the helm, looking over his shoulder, just taking stock of the situation. They really wanted the right-hand side.
That's a big lead they had. I can imagine they go for a bit longer, because if they would tack right now, they would get straight into the dirty air of all the boats coming downwind. So you really want to have clear air in sailing in such little breeze, because otherwise you simply don't go forward.
And here is the long drift downwind for the next boat. It looks like possibly
Italy
like
46?
Could be another Italian boat, yeah.
Could be another Italian boat. And then we have the Swedish and the Dutch coming behind after that. It's still close together, actually, for fighting for second, third, fourth, fifth, and so on.
A great performance so far for Federico Figlia di Granara and Katerina Sedmak. They went into the day in 18th place overall.
Wow.
Well, this is surely going to improve their standings if they can hold on to second place. So far it's an Italy 1-2 on Sardinian waters.
And really nice rounding. You could really see that the boat kept accelerating throughout that maneuver. Very smooth sailing, and like you said, must be very exciting for them in the Gold Fleet. Top 2 at a mark is great. And then in third position, we've got the Swedish couple rounding the mark. The Dutch just didn't quite make the mark, so have to do extra maneuvers. And that is painful in these light and tricky circumstances.
Yeah, which is sort of a repeat, not nearly as expensive as it was when they had to double tack at the Windward Mark, but a slight misjudgment for the Dutch team having to do the double jibe, but not hurting them too badly. And importantly, they're ahead of the Argentinians that they went around with. So I thought it looked pretty horrible for the Dutch at the Windward Mark, but they're in fourth place, so not so bad.
Yeah, great. And here we can see the crew of the Italian Nacra sitting all the way at the front, balancing the body. So as the breeze is light, you want to keep your body weight as far as you can to the front to make the boat go fast, and especially sail at a higher angle.
I feel like they're doing a modelling advert or something, the way they're just sort of lounging around the boat, you know, casually leading a race by a country mile, but making it look so easy.
They're making it look good for sure. And here we also see John Gimson Anna Burnet rounding the mark, and then now the Turkish duo a little bit in the back of the fleet, and they're going to have to find a way to get back into the front because to keep their position.
And look at the Argentinians having an absolute disaster. They went round, about 4th or 5th, or maybe even higher at the windward mark. The Argentinians, the Olympic silver medalists, had an absolute shocker when you think that the Dutch that they went around neck and neck with are still in 4th place.
Yeah, and this type of racing, especially with the course being so skewed, it actually makes it that it's really hard to catch up because everybody's going the same way. So there's not a lot of room to see any smart moves and do something different. As you can see, they're all now going to the same direction again, and that's not because they see more breeze there, but it's because the upwind mark is there. So they're almost only sailing in port, and makes it sometimes easy to lose places if you mess up with maneuvers or sail in dirty air. But very hard to gain places back. And if I was in this race and I was the Italians, I would be getting comfortable now, because with this lead and the race scores being so skewed, they should be finishing in first.
Well, could they look any more comfortable than we've already been seeing them? I mean, the way they've been sailing this boat. Okay, for Maria Giubilei up on that fairly narrow bow, maybe not quite so comfortable. Gianluigi has the full width of the trampoline to lie around on.
Full chilling experience for himself.
All that's missing is an Aperol Spritz, really, isn't it?
Yeah, they might get one after sailing.
Is that legal? It's not on the banned substances list?
I think it's not, but maybe you need to ask yourself if you want to have a drink during the World Championship. I wouldn't, but if you need some relaxing, it might just be the drink that you need to drink.
Yeah, whatever floats your boat.
And then when we look at the whole bay, we see that the Nacras are actually sailing in a bit of the last breeze there is. It looks very light on the race course. You can see breeze very far away, but also very glassy water in between. Not an easy day for sailing.
And this is probably the hardest sailing conditions that we've had over the last number of weeks, because this is my 3rd week here. I've been commentating on wingfoil racing 2 weeks ago at the Formula Wing Worlds, and then last week at the Formula Kite Worlds, and somehow we've managed to get racing every day, which you almost get nowhere. But the Bay of Cagliari has been super reliable. And this is probably the most difficult day for the race officers that I've seen in the last 2.5 weeks here.
Here we see the Italians stacking towards the top mark. This is their final little stretch. We see that the mark is red, whereas before the mark was orange. That's because it's a change of mark. So if they're going around their normal race course, the marks will be orange. And then if there's a change, they will be going to a red mark. We also just received the info that it was an all clear start, which means that nobody started too early. Which means there's no disqualifications in the fleet for that, which is especially nice for the Italians, because the worst thing you can have is you finish a race with such a big lead, and then when you cross the finish line, you don't hear a horn, which means you were over too early. But that's not happening right now, so good for them. And there already we see the second boat approaching with quite good speed, no one around them, comfortable position for Italy, 46 as well.
Yep, that's Federico Filia di Granara, Caterina Sedmak, and their best score up until now. Well, they did get a 4th in the opening race a few days ago, but most of their scores have been in the teens since then. So for them to be lying in 2nd place right now, that's surely going to improve their position of 18th overall quite significantly.
And then in 3rd, we've got the Swedish pair of Emilia Roth and Hannah Johnson sailing in the Nacra for a long time together already. And we've got John Gimson and Anna Burnet, who have done a really big comeback somehow by sailing clean. And that's funny. Even in races like this, you see that people who know the boat so well still manage to get out in front, which is really impressive of them.
Yeah, some kind of Houdini act by the British team there to get up into 4th place and get ahead of the Dutch, who are now back to 5th. I don't see where the passing lanes were. You were saying, Adil, which I thought was quite correct, that there almost were no passing lanes, but somehow the Brits have shot themselves forwards. And look up on that clear line of light water that we're in, and that dark water right up on the horizon. It's such a clear line. What do you think that tells us?
That looks like a completely different breeze, and it has been slowly coming closer. So we will probably still finish the race with the breeze that we have here, but there's a good chance that the next races will be in a lot more breeze from a different direction. And I'm sure that the sailors have spotted it as well and are keeping their eyes on it in case they can still use it to their advantage for the current race.
And top left of your screen, you can see the sail flogging of some kind of cruising boat, nothing to do with this competition. But you really do get a sense of how much windier it is out there right now. And look, on the left of screen, you see that black cross on the Argentinian boat. And the Argentinians were up in the top 3 or 4 earlier on in this race. And they're Olympic silver medalists. They're good sailors, but they have really struggled in the second half of this competition.
Yeah, they look to be in about 13th place right now. But I mean, like we said, it is hard in these races. It's a lot about boat speed as well. It's a lot about moding, because if you have a very small lane to live in, you need to be really good at moding up and down. And here we see that the boats who are already going downwind are getting bad air from the boats still going upwind. That's a chance for the boats in the back to catch up.
It looks like they're almost stopped. I don't know if it's a trick of the light or what it is, but when you're carrying your Jenica on the downwind legs, you should be going
a lot faster. You're right, Andy.
Thank you for rescuing me there, Adil.
And for the sailors, we see a yellow boat driving there. That is a jury boat. So at all times during the races, there are juries out on the water, and they're there to see if sailors are committing any illegal acts. And they have the power to give boats a yellow flag, and then the sailors will need to do a penalty turn, which in these conditions is very costly. So the sailors are also looking out, where is this jury boat, because you don't want to get a yellow flag.
But realistically, in these high performance boats, how much do you get that kind of interference or adjudication from the on the water jury?
I mean, I think in light conditions, it's the highest chance of getting yellow flag, because everything you do with your body will have a really big effect on the boat. Whereas when it's windy, there's so many things affecting the boat. You've got the big waves, you got the big wind. So if you do a little bit with your body, the mast or the sail won't move a lot. But in these light conditions, you have a big effect on the sail. And then the juries, they see these sails moving and they think, oh, it looks like someone is pumping, trying to create their own wind to make the boat go forward.
And occasionally we see Olympic medals being decided on those kind of jury decisions, more so in the slower boats, like in the Ilka 6 or the Ilka 7.
And here we see the Italian pair once again comfortably sailing on starboard towards that last little stretch before the finish line. And this is our first race of today. I'm really happy that they got the race in these tricky conditions. Good job by the race committee for getting that race in, even with the winds being so light. You can see the Nacra is just going forward, and the Nacra kite is still only just filling, even sometimes falling in. That's because of the swell, the waves going on underneath. And they're going for their final jibe towards the finish line. We see the blue flag flying on the race committee boats, which means it's the finish.
So they've jibed the boat there, but they haven't even changed sides. So the boat has moved and they've stayed exactly where they are.
So usually there's a lot of pressure from the wind pushing in the sails, and you need to counteract. Oh, that's a nice little high five. What's good to know is that this pair is not only a sailing team, but also a life team. They're already in a relationship for a number of years. So congrats to the lovely couple.
Well,
What a
really,
lead.
really well sailed by Gigi Ugolini Maria Giubilei. And they've won plenty of races before, but it's always special winning a race at a World Championship. So nice to see that little celebration.
Yeah, and they've won a lot of races, but they haven't won a lot of regattas. They've always had other teams in front of them, like Johnson and Burnet, but also their fellow country mates Tito
And Banty.
Banty.
Tito and Banty,
Oh,
winner of the last two Olympic gold medalists.
I'm getting nervous.
Yeah.
So a lot of race wins, not a lot of regatta wins. I can imagine they're really keen to win this one, especially on home waters. Here we have, still going quite quickly, I must say, the Swedish team of Emilia Ruth and Hannah Johnson finishing in second. They were in 6th overall this morning, so this is a great race for them. Definitely a keeper.
And a great passing move by them in the latter stages of this race ahead of the Italians, Italy 46, who had been in second and looked quite comfortably in second, but now are being reeled in by the British. But it looks like Filia di Granara and Sedmak have just held on for...
And it's a super close finish, even in these conditions, between the British pair and the Dutch pair. And this is what I said, you can never get too comfortable on days like this, because if someone gets a little puff of breeze from behind, they can quite catch up to you very quickly.
And that race that Gimson and Burnet have just done, those are often the races that when I interview sailors like you, Adil, you like to go back to. Those are the races where we won the World Championship.
Yeah, and talking about a race like that, here we have the Turkish pair coming in
Sixth place.
Sixth place when they were still in 13th place in top. So it's not only about how you start, but it's how you finish a race. And being able to pull off these comeback races is what makes you a strong team. And I can imagine they'll be very relieved to get this race over with. We're probably going to be waiting a little bit after this race because, as you can see, there are very different conditions out there. So there's going to be a big change of wind coming soon.
I certainly hope so. I think this could really pick up and we could see the Nacras really foiling fast. There are the Argentinians. We've had so much to say about them in this race. A little bit of a gain for them, possibly. Not quite so bad by the end. Maybe just in the top 10 or just outside. There goes Brazil, and then another Swedish boat.
Ida Svensson and Marcus Deckhammer.
Lying 9th going into today. And the Brazilians were 20th. Bernardo Peixoto and Marina Arndt started the day in 20th, so that will be a marginal improvement for the Brazilians. And here are the back markers bringing up the back of the fleet. And not a great... race at the moment for Australia 77, Archie Gargett and Sarah Hoffman, but they're not quite last either. It looks like possibly a French boat behind a Finnish boat.
Here we are with the rank. So Italians in first, the Swedish in second, then the third was Italy 46. Even though they got passed by the Swedish, a great race for them. Their best race ever at a World Championship, I believe. So that's a win I would take in my pocket. Great comeback race from the Turkish in 6th place. They managed to turn that race around. So great job by them.
And the Dutch in 5th, well, they continue to perform very well. We saw them even higher in the race earlier on, but 5th really respectable. And Offerman and Houtman really seem to be starting to become a team that can dream about a podium here, possibly.
Yeah, a lot of potential, especially if you see these little errors around boat handling, which are quite easy to fix. But they must have really good pace to pull off a 5th place. Here we see the final finishers coming into the finish, finishing this first race at the of today, day 4, of the Nacra 17
That's it.
Worlds.
Just past the halfway stage of this competition. We've got 3 Olympic classes racing here in Cagliari. We're looking at the Nacra 17, also racing on other courses around the Bay of Cagliari. We've got the 49er men's skiff and the 49er FX women's skiff. And just to remind you that Adil, my co-commentator, is the reigning world and Olympic champion. So happy to have you here, Adil, with all your expertise. And as you correctly predicted, the breeze seems to be starting to fill in a little bit across the bay. So we're going to go to a quick break, but when we come back, I hope we're going to see these Nacras maybe starting to foil around the racecourse. We'll be back to you soon.
Welcome to the 49er, 49er FX and Nacra 17 World Championships in Cagliari. On the beautiful shores of Sardinia in Italy, this championship has attracted 350 sailors from 36 different countries around the world.
The annual World Championship is the measuring stick for every sailor in this fleet. It's what they're aiming for every year. It's what their federations are looking at when they determine who to support and how much to support them, because they can determine truly how good they are within the fleet. At other regattas, people are trying and experimenting at different times, but here they're trying to get their best performance.
There was tension and excitement in the boat park this morning as everyone got ready for the first day of racing.
Yeah, so we've spent quite some time training here, and yeah, it's an amazing location. Every day you can get different conditions. So yeah, beautiful venue, and really excited to get back on the race course and give it our best.
Let's see how it went on the water. In the Nacra 17, there was only one big fleet. 40 catamarans on the start was a spectacular sight, as well as making for some chaos. Standing out from all of it were Marie Mazoué and Clément Guignard, who won the first race on their debut World Championship event.
Yeah, it was crazy just to see that much boat on the starting line.
We're next to other Olympians' boats, so we're like, we need to stay fast to keep our lane. And then we're just focusing on going fast, because in the end, if you're thinking about who is around you, and you lose your focus. So for us, we're on the boat, and at the finish line we realize, and we're super happy.
After 3 races, however, it's the more experienced John Gimson and Anna Burnet from the UK who take the lead at the end of day 1. In the 49er FX, the leaders' bibs go to Paulo Barceló and Maria Cantero from Spain. The Spanish continue to win in the 49er skiff as well. The early lead is taken by Olympic champions Diego Botin and Florian Trittel, fresh off a weekend of SailGP racing in Cadiz in their home country.
Obviously, it's not the best preparation probably for the World Championships, but at the same time, the way we approach a little bit these World Championships is that we want to jump back into the 49er after a year not having sailed the boat. And I think it's actually quite a nice mentality to go into Worlds with. Good to start off well. Normally we're used to probably historically not start off that well and then sort of bounce back, but we're starting off well, and let's see how it's still a long way to go, how we keep progressing these days.
So a great start to the championship. We'll see you tomorrow for more sailing action. It's day 2 at the 49er, 49er FX and Nacra 17 World Championships. Let's look at the highlights of all the action in Cagliari, Sardinia. With the sea breeze taking a while to set in, we took the opportunity to speak to some of the sailors combining their 49er sailing with SailGP.
SailGP is very restricted into how many days we can sail, so it's important for us to stay sharp between events, and I think the 49er fleet at the moment, in terms of one design Olympic sailing, is really pushing us to get to the next level. So it's cool to combine both. A lot of things in both that are positive for each other. Learning as quick as possible, finding solution, and yeah, try and improve every day.
Soon enough, it was time to get on the water. first up to complete their races were the 49er men. It was a strong showing from the Polish today, with Mikołaj Staniul and Jakub Storch taking the top spot in the overall rankings. In the women's 49er FX, it's tied at the top, with 4 boats within 4 points of each other. In the lead after 6 races are Pia Dahl Andersen and Nora Edlund from Norway. The Nacra 17 fleet had an extra important day today as their qualifying series came to an end and only the top 20 boats advancing into the Gold fleet. Keeping their lead, but only just, from yesterday, are Great Britain's John Gimson and Anna Burnet.
I'm old and wise enough not to be too excited because when it just comes down to being one race, I think we start the regatta tomorrow and we chip away. It's always nice to win the first race, is kind of how I view it.
There's plenty more action and sailing lined up tomorrow. We'll be back to you for day 3. Welcome to day 3 of the 49er FX and Nacra 17 World Championships in Cagliari. We're at the halfway point of the event, marking an important day for the 49er and 49er FX fleets. Today, they split into gold and silver fleet.
I mean, the first day we succeeded in making the right decisions around the race course, but didn't have super good speed, but it ended up quite good. Yesterday we had better boat speed, but not so good decisions. So hopefully today we're gonna mix things together and that's gonna be enough, but we'll see.
The wind delivered once again, and soon enough, we went racing. In the Nacra 17s, it was an excellent day for Gigi Ugolini and Maria Giubilei from Italy. Winning both their races today, the Italians now take the overall lead in the event. In the 49er fleet, the new leaders are the 2 Jacks from Australia, Jack Ferguson and Jack Hildebrand. In the 49er FX, the brand new Swedish partnership of Vilma Bobeck and Ebba Berntsen take the lead, although they're tied on net points with Canadian sisters Georgia and Antonio Lewin LaFrance and are taking nothing for granted.
The first race win in the World Championships feels nice. It was actually kind of easy when you got the hang of it. Yeah, we came in here expecting absolutely nothing and did not expect us to perform this well at this stage of the event, but it's now, we also remember that now is the real regatta starts when we go into Gold Fleet tomorrow, and we're just happy to kind of do the first check and make it to Gold Fleet, and now we take it from here and mainly learning and just enjoying sailing together. Yeah.
From Friday through to medal series on Sunday, you can follow all the action for yourself on our live stream broadcast. We look forward to seeing you there.
first race win in the World Championship. Feels nice. It was actually kind of easy when you like got the hang of it, kind of, after the start and everything. So it was nice. It felt great.
Vilma, obviously you've won races in a World Championship before. How special is it to win when you're a partnership? Because I'm not sure you're expecting to find yourself leading the championship at the halfway point. So what's it like leading at the halfway point, considering your lack of training?
Yeah, I think to come into this event and now be able to put a few race wins in here is very special for us as a new team. And yeah, we came in here expecting absolutely nothing and did not expect us to perform this well at this stage of the event. But it's now, we also remember that now is the real regatta starts when we go into Gold Fleet tomorrow. And we're just happy to kind of do the first check and make it to Gold Fleet, and now we take it from here and we just keep on learning. And I think today we progress throughout the day, and we are also during the week, but we're mainly learning and just enjoying sailing together. Yeah.
Well, we got some flags up on the committee boat. We've got the red and white postponement flag, but more interestingly, Adil, we've got the orange flag. What does that tell us?
Orange flag means that we're about to go racing. So within 7 minutes, we'll have the next start here with the Nacra fleet. We also see that the flags are flying very nicely. There's a lot more breeze that has filled in since the next race. So that should make for exciting races, and it will look very different with these Nacras going up on the foils.
Yeah, so good. So down comes the postponement flag. That's 8 minutes past 2.
That
local
means
time.
6 minutes till the next race. The sailors will be doing their final preparations now. They've had a little bit of time during the races. Some teams will have had to do a big debrief with their coach on what happened in that race. But they also sort of need to try and forget about it, because it will be a whole new day today with these new conditions.
Now, the next flag that will go up, that will be the yellow flag to signify that this is Gold Fleet, Nacra 17 racing. We're here at the 49er FX and Nacra 17 World Championships in Cagliari. That's 3 of the high performance Olympic classes. I'm Andy Rice, veteran journalist, so-called.
I'm Odile van Aanholt, reigning...
Odile Lambrix van Aanholt, now that you're married.
I'm Odile Lambrix van Aanholt, still getting used to being married, very happily married. Odile Lambrix van Aanholt, co-commentating with Andy, and yeah.
And I'm going to say that you are the reigning Olympic and world champion in the 49er FX, which we're going to be watching tomorrow. Today we are looking at the Nacra 17 catamaran. We've seen the first of those races, and then later on this afternoon, excuse me, we'll look to bring you the 49er men, and hopefully even see your husband, Bart Lambrix, competing with Floris van der Werken, 3-time world champions in the 49er, and looking to win another world title here. How are they feeling, Adil?
Excited. Bart took a whole year off with me when I was pregnant to be there with me and to set up our life a bit for this next campaign. So they've been only sailing for the past few weeks, and which means they're very fresh, but a little bit rusty maybe. And but let's get back to the Nacra, because we are seeing the new racecourse set up. The wind has shifted left a lot, so it's coming more from the southeast. We still see darker and lighter patches, so it is not a stable day. If it's not a stable day, it means that the sailors will have to keep their eyes outside of the boats, and that you need to keep going the whole race, because it's never over till it's over.
As we saw in the previous race, with a good gain in the second half of that race by John Gimson and Anna Burnet, climbing up out of the teens, and excuse me, finishing I think in fourth place it was at the end. So we did see some place changing, even on a race course where the passing lanes were quite limited.
Looking from this point of view, it still looks really tricky on the race course. More up on our screen, you see the affixes, and you see that they are not in any breeze yet. So the Nacras are in this little patch of breeze, but the wind has just shifted left a lot further, which was the prediction from Rome. So there's a lot of mountains that you can see, and the breeze either has to go around those mountains, and then it will be stronger and more stable, or it goes over the top of the mountains and bounces on the water, and the wind is very unstable. And it looks right now as if the wind is sort of fighting, trying to get around this mountain, but not managing quite yet, which makes for a tricky day for the race committee to set up a nice race course, but also very tricky for the sailors. And it's only 2.5 minutes till next start. I see some sailors still quite far away. I would want to get close to that start line as soon as I can, because the race is starting with or without you.
Yeah, so you think that actually some sailors are taking an unnecessary risk with where they are and a little bit too far away from starting position?
Yeah, it looks like it, but then I also see still some boats chatting to their coaches, which is not allowed in the last 4 minutes before the start. So there might be a change of starting time.
Okay, well that's a good indicator, isn't it? Good spot by you, Adil. You would be a little bit peeved if people were still talking to their coach within the last 4 or 5 minutes before the start. When is it that they have to stop? Is it the 4 or the 5?
At 4 minutes. So before racing, you can chat to your coach as much as you want, and the coach can have wind reading materials. Yeah, like we said, it's the AP flag up again. The wind was still too unstable. I think a good call by the race committee, because we want racing, but we also want fair racing. As I was saying, before the start and in between races and after the starts, you can chat to your coach as much as you want, and he can give you all the information. But during starters racing, the sailors are all by themselves. They have to see where the wind is coming from. They have no weather updates except for their own eyes, ears, and feelings. And that's exciting about this sailing.
Yeah, no outside assistance permitted in all of sailing, except for a few exceptions like SailGP, where they're trying to emulate Formula One, where in Formula One you hear the engineer talking in the ear of the driver as they're going around the racetrack.
Yeah, so it's definitely a different kind of sailing, and I think what's unique about Olympic sailing is that it's still quite close to the essence of sailing, how it all started. You know, it's you're allowed a compass, which has been around for a long time, and you're allowed a stopwatch with a timer, so you can know where to start it. But that's about it. That's all you have. And what's cool about it is it's all about the athletes making the difference. It's not about the money of who can buy even more gear or buy an even more expensive coach. It's really about the talented sailors and the work they put in. And I think that's what's really exciting about Olympic sailing.
Well, I tend to agree with you, because at the top end of the sport, a lot of technology is coming in. And in the round the world racing, the IMOCAs are driven by, most of the time, a robot, what we call an autopilot. Yeah. Even when the boats are fully crewed, I think that's a bit of a loss to, to AI, really. That AI is mostly steering those boats around the world.
Yeah, it's not just on your computers or on your Instagram feed where AI is taking over, but it's doing a lot in the world. And I think as a sport, we cannot stand still, but we also want to sometimes remind ourselves of what it's all about. And yeah. Well, it looks really unstable. I would be a hard time being the race committee today. Have to be on your feet as well. See if you see any new breeze coming in, because now the breeze have shifted completely to being offshore again over the mountains from the city.
I want to throw a technology question at you and see where you stand on this one. Vacros, it's a particular brand of GPS unit that can tell you, if you have it on the boat, whether you're over the start line or not. Because at the moment, you can go around a whole race, like you said earlier. You can sometimes think you've won a race, you cross the finish line, you don't get a sound signal to say that you've won, because you haven't. You've been disqualified for crossing the line too early. Now, something being proposed for the 49er and 49er FX fleet, I don't know about the Nacra 17 as well, but certainly for the 49er skiffs, that if you have Vacros units on each boat, then you know for sure whether you're over the line or not. And if you are over the line, you go back and restart.
Yeah, so I think a positive thing about it also is that you take the boats out who are over. Because what's happening now, if a boat starts too quick, they continue in the race. And the boats who have started fairly are getting a disadvantage from these boats who are blocking their wind. So that's a big positive. And also taking the hesitation out about was I over or not. It's just a system. They're testing it right now with Ilka 7s. I do hear that the systems are not great yet. So as of right now, the human eye is still doing a little bit of a better job than the Vacros. But technology can improve. And I think if technology improves, then yeah, it's great. Take the hesitation out, take the discussion out, because sometimes now you come back ashore and you have discussions between race committees or sailors. No, I'm over, look, I'm not. And they spend hours looking at this little video. Take all that energy and put it somewhere useful. Yeah.
I think there's arguments to be made either way. Let's come back to that in a moment. But what do we make of the fact that a lot of the Nacras have dropped their mainsails?
Yeah. I also see it happening. I'm a bit confused. Yeah, so we can't see it just right now, but apparently there's a massive cloud with rain coming, and these Nacras are fragile boats. They're really expensive. They don't want to break them, so the sailors are taking their sails down to be safe. To ride out the potential storm coming. Safe choice, I would say.
Yeah, and I've been here at a Formula Kite World Championships. It was, I think, 3 years ago when the riders were out there, riders in the storm, because suddenly a rain squall hit and some of the kites out of nowhere were being launched way up into the air. So suddenly you find yourself hanging underneath a paraglider. And that's quite dangerous. That's particularly dangerous in that scenario for kiteboarders. But even with these boats, it could be risky. So we've had really stable conditions the last number of weeks here in Cagliari. It's unusually warm. I mean, it is still t-shirt and shorts weather every day of the week, and it's not always like that.
I'm not complaining.
No, I'm not complaining either. I think it's fantastic, but I did bring my woolly hat with me because I have had to wear my woolly hat at this time of year in Cagliari in past years.
Yeah. So there we see at least some of that breeze coming in. You see white caps, so you see these white spots on the water, which means there's more breeze in that spot.
Yeah, it is a little bit all over the place, this breeze. It keeps on pulsing in and out. There's a lot of unpredictability right now. And so the Nacra fleet playing it safe and with their mainsails down, mostly. Some have left their mainsails up. But back to the Vacros, I think it sort of cuts both ways, because I think about football and VAR, video-assisted referee, to determine when a goal really is a goal or when it's not, and that's caused a lot of controversy. We're looking at Sinem Kirkbay and Alichan
Very interesting story here from both athletes. So the helm, Sinem, previously and at the last Olympics was representing Finland together with her crew Akseli. Akseli, after the games, said, I really want to have a shot at helming the boat. And Sinem also wanted to keep helming. So they split up as a team, and then came in a really cool offer from Turkey. Sinem has dual nationality, so she can choose which country she wants to represent. And she went with this offer. And she also went with this offer because the offer she was getting was not from just someone, but someone with a lot of Olympics experience. The crew has gone to London, to Rio, to Tokyo, to Paris, and not just in Nacra, but also in the fin. So he's a really experienced sailor. He was weighing 100 kilos at one point in the fin class, where you need to be very robust, strong, and heavy. And here in this Nacra, you have to be more agile. You have to be able to get under the boom, run from side to side very quick. So a very versatile athlete. At the Paris Games, he was still helming, and he has now switched over to crewing. So, and a very exciting new pair. And this morning they were in third place at the World Championship. So far working out for them, I would say.
Yeah, they've been sailing together for 7 months, and the partnership seems to be clicking almost straight away. And I was speaking to them both a couple of days ago, and I was wondering if it was the helming experience that Alichan Keinar had in the Nacra before he switched to the front of the boat and now doing the crewing, whether that was part of the reason why things had clicked so quickly. And Sinem agreed that that was probably certainly a factor, that he knows the other job so well, so he knows what the helm is looking for. Yeah,
it makes communication a lot easier, because sometimes it's hard in a team to communicate exactly what you're feeling, because feeling, it's very personal, and it's sometimes hard to put into words. And then if the other person has had this feeling before as well, you don't need words anymore. So that's really nice. And also you need a lot of synchronicity on the boat. And if the crew knows what the skipper is doing and doesn't have to think about it, but it comes automatically, that takes a lot of work away. And I can imagine that speeds up the process for a team.
And in most dinghies, the helm is in control of the two primary controls, the steering with the rudder and the main sheet controlling the mainsail. So that's true in the Ilka or the 470. But anyway, just looking at the at what's going on out there, what do you see, Adil?
I see some breeze coming in again, just right of the land. Like we said, it's been fighting between coming from the land and coming from sea. It looks a little bit more filled in, I would say, the breeze that is coming. But, not easy yet.
There are the Argentinians, the Olympic silver medalists from Paris 2024. And enjoying their moments this week. And there they are, waving to our camera.
Hey guys, they seem to be chilling and relaxed right now, which is the best thing you can do when you're waiting and you don't know what's happening. They had a silver medal, like you said, in Paris, which is absolutely great. Matteo is also the new class president. So he's taken on another job and a third job, because he is also recently a father. Seems like he has a lot of energy and a lot of positive energy for this new campaign.
And they're also being coached by Santiago Lange, who used to be their rival. Santiago Lange won the Olympic gold medal, aged 54, the first time the Nacra 17 appeared at Rio 2016, and he was recovering from cancer. He had half a lung removed because of cancer, and Santi used to hate that story being told because he wanted to be talked about as an athlete, but that story carried so far and wide, well beyond the interest of the sailing world, that I think Santi will forgive me for talking about it again, because he realizes that if that's what motivates and inspires people, even if they're not sailors, then it's a story worth sharing.
Yeah, Definitely. And on top of all that, a super kind human and super nice to see how he's also giving back now. He's coaching. He doesn't want the knowledge that he worked so hard for to be lost. They're also starting up a Red Bull foiling academy, which is really exciting. They're getting young boys and girls into sailing, and it's really nice that he's still involved in the sport. Otherwise, it would be a real loss for all of us.
Yeah, well, this is a great new opportunity for him to bring the next generation through. He's always been passionate about doing that. It's not just about Santi winning his own medals. I think he's won 3. I think he won 2 bronzes in the Tornado catamaran before he won the gold medal in the Nacra 17. So a phenomenally successful athlete over many decades, and now in his 60s. He only retired. He retired at The Hague 2 years ago.
I also got some insider information from one of the coaches on the water. Apparently, they had taken down the mainsails to change the battens. So it was not just for safety, but they were looking at performance. They were seeing that different conditions were coming, and they wanted to use different battens for that breeze.
So the
sailors are on it.
Stiff bits of carbon that go from one side of the sail to the other, and put the shape in it. Oh, that looks nice, doesn't it?
That looks nice. There's big waves already coming in, I see. And here we can see the Nacra foiling upwind, which is new. In the cycle, it changed in the cycle from 2021 Tokyo to Paris, where they added rudder differentials, and now the boats can not follow only downwind but also upwind. An exciting change, which a lot of teams have had to master in the last years.
And I guess with the anticipation of the wind increasing, they took their mainsails down and they've tightened their battens. They put more tension into those battens, would be my assumption. So all these things that from the outside appear to make very little difference at all. Small changes in how you set up the boat can make an enormous difference in terms of whether you get cleanly off the start line and manage to keep your clean lane, or whether you just are slightly slower and you fall back into the bad air of other boats.
Definitely. It looks that's also so cool about the sport of sailing. Like, you have to focus on a very broad picture, like have a really helicopter view of everything happen. But then sometimes when you zoom in, you also really need to focus on the details, because you can have a broad picture of, I want to go here and there. But then if you lose your lane towards where you want to go, it's great that you got that big helicopter view, but you can't do anything with it. And here are the sailors. They're just setting the boat up for the new breezes coming. We're looking at John Gimson Anna Burnet. Another team, which is not only a team but also a couple. They are actually married. They won a silver medal at the Tokyo Games in the Nacra, and they narrowly missed out in Paris, finishing 4th overall. They are actually the people who came forward with the new formats that we're testing with this race of Final 4. I'm not totally surprised. They're often in 1st or 2nd before the last race. In Paris, they were in 2nd going into the race, got a disqualification and ended up with no medal. With the new formats, if you qualify, for example, in 1st or 2nd for the last race, you are guaranteed a medal. So these sailors who have often been in this position, I can imagine that they are proposing this format.
Yes, well, I think it's with reluctance that John Gimson was coming up with a new format at all. I think he would rather have kept the format that they have, which rewards consistent sailing throughout the week and just keeping your scores as low as possible throughout the week. And potentially sometimes you can even win the medal with a race to spare. We saw that with your teammate from the Netherlands, Marit Bouwmeester, winning the single-handed the Ilka 6 at Paris 2024. She won with the race to spare. It was all down to the last few meters. It was a chaotic finish to your last race, the medal race. You didn't quite know whether you'd won or not.
Yeah, stayed exciting.
Yeah,
I did it for the people. I didn't want it to be boring. So,
yeah, you put the sport before your own personal interests. That was very generous of you, Adil.
Yeah, you're welcome. So here we're looking at the Argentine team foiling downwind in big waves, looking quite comfortable. They're sailing the boat nicely on both foils up, and you see the crew here walking to the front and to the back. And that is to control the pitch of the boat. So if the boat is going up with the bow or down with the bow, and she is walking in order to keep the boat level, because the waves all the time are trying to disbalance the boat, and in order to keep the boat in balance, they have to move a lot. And here they're going for another jibe. I think they're just warming up, so when the race comes, they're ready for it.
Yeah, I think they're in danger of wearing themselves out, aren't they?
Yeah, I don't know. Matteo at least has a lot of energy, as we said before, so they're probably fine with it. We see the race committee here setting up, still AP. AP, you can see that by the red and white flag. When that is flying, it means that the racing is postponed. It can be for various reasons, and right now it's because the breeze is still a bit too unstable to have a fair race. Now,
I just had a bit of an update that actually when they take the mainsail down on the Nacra 17, they have a choice of battens. So they can take out one set of battens and put in another set of battens of a different stiffness.
Yeah, correct. So probably the change that the teams just made is that they had gone to softer battens. So previously they had harder battens to create a hard leach and have a lot of power in the sails. Now that they saw a lot of wind coming, they said, oh, we want softer battens so we can have twisty sails, which releases some of that pressure. If it's very windy, you don't want more and more pressure because the boat will just tip over.
Okay, yeah, too much petrol in the engine. It's quite an unusual sport like that. You know, we're always looking for the power source, and sometimes we're looking for all we can get, like in the earlier race, and now we might be looking at a race where you actually want to get rid of some of the power.
Yeah, definitely, and it's a fine balance, and especially if you have a race, which we will probably have with breeze up and down, you're going through a lot of transitions, managing that power. I see the Dutch team flying by now with the orange helmets, very recognizable. It looks like nice sailing now, huh?
It does, but that postponement flag is still flying. We're going to take a bit of a break, but do stay with us because we'll be back to you when this race gets back into the starting phase again. Wonderful life. Right, the orange flag is flying. We are back into start sequence. We're keeping our fingers crossed that this time the Nacra 17 race does get away. And there we are, 5 minutes away. There goes the yellow flag, because this is Gold Fleet. This is the top 20 best in the world racing in the Nacra 17. All 20 of these teams aiming towards the next Olympics, Los Angeles 2028. And this is the first big milestone, really, Adil. You're here, but you're not racing. But it's still important for you to be part of the scene, isn't it? And to get a sense of how things are building up towards the next games in Los Angeles.
Yeah, definitely, and it's very exciting. Always this first year after the games, it's you see like, oh, who stayed in the game, who's new, and then there's a lot of new combinations as well. So that's very fun, and this is a year where people still test out things. They're not too conservative yet, and that makes for great racing. And we're about to watch some great races with really nice breeze that has just come in. You see the 49ers, they're testing the waters and they're planing easily. So I think we're going to see these Nacras possibly foiling upwind in stable conditions with a few waves to make it funky.
Well, we saw that the Italians, Italy 98, were the masters of the light winds. How are they going to perform in these completely different conditions? Because the key to winning in this style of regatta is you've got to be good at everything. You can't have any weaknesses. So let's see if those Italians can continue their winning ways, or if someone else is going to have their moment in the Sardinian sun for this second race of the day.
And just a reminder, the course will be up, down, up, down. So they're doing 2 legs of sailing upwind and downwind.
And the race was won from a port tack start. That's pretty unconventional. It's actually not uncommon in these high-performance boats in some of the Olympic fleets. I don't know how much of a fan you are of doing it in the FX Adil. I don't know.
Yeah,
what's your port tack start?
I mean, it's really cool when you can pull it off. What's important for the non-sailors to know is that boats who are sailing on starboards, they have right of way.
And yeah, so it is the dodgier, the more difficult way of starting on port tack, because you have to give way to any boat on starboard, which is why you'll always see the majority of the boats lining up on starboard tack. And you've got to be super careful if you do start on port tack. The risks are high, but the rewards are really, really high as well, because you get to break out into clear air very early on, and that gives you the choice to steer the boat and to sail the boat the way you want to. You're uncompromised, and so you're making ground on all the other boats that are on starboard tack if you've managed to execute that port tack start.
If you manage to pull it off, and you definitely have to be a bit of a daredevil to do it. So it's really cool that we get to see it. We're only 2 minutes out from the next start. The breeze has shifted left very far, now coming from southeast. So we'll have a whole new race course, even though we're on the same waters. For these sailors, it'll be a whole new puzzle to see where do we want to go, where is there more breeze, but also how is the wind shifting. And they're going to try to use those shifts and use that extra pressure into their own advantage and be smarter than the other sailors, while also making their boat go very fast.
You never want to be one step behind your opposition, but at the same time, I would want to know where Italy 98 are lining up and what their strategy is looking like, whether they are going to start port or starboard, because no one knows these waters better than Ugolini and Giubilei, and they train here all the time. They will have sailed in every quadrant of the wind, so this will come as a little surprise to them, whatever the wind brings from this direction.
So we're in the final minute there. We see a big group on the right-hand side near the race committee. That means that they think that's the favorite end of the line. But then we also see some boats now sailing towards the pinhead, potentially a few port tackers again. When we look up, we still see some darker and lighter breeze. So there are still chances here. It's not a boring race course, but there's definitely gains and losses to be made. 30 seconds, boats finding their final positions. It definitely looks like we're going to get some port stackers. There's still about 10 boats on port, 10 on starboard. Maybe it'll just be a 50-50 race with only 20 seconds to go until the start.
It really does look that way. This is really, really unusual to see a 50-50 split between the starboard and the port tackers, but I think there's a lot who really like the right-hand side of this race course. It's looking congested up at the right-hand end near the committee boat. Is there going to be enough space for that port tacker to get through?
Yeah, here we see Finland daring to try and get in front. It's going to be really hard. He's up in the foils, which gives him a big advantage. And there he goes. So far, so good. It's looking great for Finland. He takes the advantage of the line and he's clear ahead with no one bothering his wind. What a cool move by Finland, by Akseli, who was until recently crewing and is now helming his Nacra, and looks like he has no problem with that.
And into attack go Federica Filia di Granara and Katarina Sedmak from this side. Will they be able to cross? No, they're going to have to duck behind the Brazilians, so a bit of a loss of distance there. It's going to be, well, quite an expensive tack for the Italians on the far side. It looks like they really want the right-hand side, whereas the Italians, bottom of our screen, centre of picture, they're already going in the direction they want. So that was the question I was asking just before the start. Which way will Ugolini and Giubilei want to go up this racetrack? Well, it looks like they want the right-hand side again.
Yeah, so with the breeze coming now on the left side, we have a little bit of shoreline, which could create for a nice shift the boats can use to advantage. But the right side is open, so could have more breeze. And so far, it looks like the boats who are going towards the right are foiling. And they can only foil if they have a lot of breeze. So it looks like a little bit more wind on the right side right now. But here we see the Brazilian team going towards the left with clear wind, taking their chances.
Yes, well, I think they've got the opportunity for clear wind because it's just not popular on this side of the racetrack.
And we actually see Spanish boats doing really well from the middle of the fleet. So they started on starboard, but tacked over in a really nice moment towards the right. The Finnish boats who pulled off that really impressive port tack start is now tacking back to the left. So boats are not completely sure yet which side will win. And while we're looking at the boats, we also see there's quite a lot of waves, which sometimes cause the boats to slam down and lose a lot of speed, which we just saw happen with the Brazilian. And they're forced to tack over to try to get a new clear lane in this race.
Well, the team from Finland certainly seem to be doing well in the early stages, and Belgium also doing well. Australia 77, who we're looking at, they're going out to the less favoured at the moment left-hand side, and there's some way towards...
It's funny here because you see him talking to the French guy behind him like, come on, man, let's go. So he has a clear idea of wanting to tack over, but sometimes another boat's in your way, and they solve it by giving a little bit of a hand gesture and convincing the other guy, I know where to go, follow me. French went with it. Maybe he already had the same plan, or maybe the Australian just gave him a little heads up. And they all look like they have a nice high lane here in a good shift off towards the right again. Pretty soon we're going to see all the boats coming together, and that'll be exciting to see who manages to get into the front.
Well, let's see if the left does indeed come good again, because Australia have been dictated to in terms of where they go. They had to wait until the French tacked. Clearly, some of the front runners really preferred to go out right early, but it doesn't mean they've necessarily gone the correct way. Maybe something will come back in favour of the Australians, who we're looking at here now.
Yeah, definitely. And what you can see now is that almost all of the boats are foiling on the upwind. So they have a catamaran is made out of 2 hulls and a trampoline in between. And they are flying both of the hulls. Oh, we see now that Finland and Belgium both had a UFD. So really impressive start by Finland, but a little bit too early. And that's painful because he can sail a great race, but in the end, he will have a disqualification on the scorecard.
Do you still enjoy those races when you have been disqualified? Do you still learn and still gain confidence if they do manage to get a good race result in this, or not really?
Yeah, so they won't know for the full race. So they'll have all the adrenaline, all the decision making of trying to win a race and just be really disappointed at the end. But yeah, you don't want it at a world championship, if you're honest. You can get it as another championship and see it as a learning opportunity. But here you just want to win. There we already see the top mark and the spreader mark, which they will both have to round on this race course. And we see both of the fleets coming together. So far, it looks pretty close. Boats coming from the left and boats coming from the right. So not a clear favorite yet on which side you want to go to.
No, so maybe a surprisingly even racetrack, considering it looks really patchy still with what the breeze is doing. It doesn't look that consistent.
It could be that the outcome is consistent, but actually the sailing is different. So it looks to me like the sailors on the right have been sailing with a bit more breeze, but then the sailors on the left have been sailing with a bit of a better angle. And then you need to decide which do I think is more important, the breeze or the angle. So far, it looks like it doesn't matter a lot. It matters if you can sail the boats nicely, high speed, clear lanes. Very tight fleet here, heading towards the first upwind mark of this race.
Italy 46 at the bottom of our picture, sailing their own lane, and then it looks like 2, possibly 3 Australians all in a row.
Wow.
Further up to windward.
Yeah, so Italy 46, they had that hard tack in the beginning of the race where they really needed to invest, going behind quite a lot of boats, but they found a really nice moment to tack over. Unfortunately, they're just not making the upwind mark, and that's a very costly tack. Let's see if this Australian boat manages to get Australia 77. Oh, and they get it to the top mark, just managed to squeeze around. Great sailing.
So very good by the Australians so far. This is Archie Gargett and Sarah Hoffman in the lead.
You could see Sarah there with her very long legs. I think she must be maybe one of the tallest crews in this fleet, getting up the red spinnaker while the boat is still foiling. Very impressive. Trying to keep that speed up while your crew is hoisting is also a big job for the skipper. And off they go downwind. Here comes the rest of the fleet.
And there are the Belgians just driving away on the right of picture, but they were one of the 2 boats that were called UFD disqualified, and a real battle going on at the bottom of our picture as most of the boats get hoisted on starboard.
So when the boats come to this upwind mark, they have the decision to either keep going straight ahead, keep on starboard, or jibe away. We call this a jibe set, and they go on support. So also not only in the upwind but also in the downwind, boats can sort of do this tactical strategical game of where is more breeze and which shift do I want to sail.
And the fact that so many have jibed suggests that they really do like the right hand side.
And here we see the Nacra flying, which is just a beautiful image of these hulls going above the water, even with these big waves, glistening sunlight. I think this is what the Nacra sailors prefer.
Well, maybe that's why the Australians are doing so well. They're having a great race right now. Maybe this feels a little bit Australian, these conditions. 2 Australians in the top 3.
And here we have the boat that went second around the mark, Italy 46, flying the boat nice, high and dry.
Very nice.
Yeah, I mean, this looked like fun. It looks like really scary fun. They're reaching high speeds now, but there's not really a time to be afraid because you're focusing on winning the race.
Yeah, I mean, there used to be a lot of injuries in the early years of the Nacra as people were learning how to tame these beasts, and those injuries have really calmed down as people have started to understand what the rules are of how to get these Nacras around the track. And there we got some stats on Gargett and Hoff from Australia, currently in 14th. Well, this will be doing them no end of good if they can maintain the lead in this race right now. And the best World Championship finish at 24th, well, they definitely know they're going to improve on that because they're already locked inside the top 20.
Yeah, great job by them. Young team pulling off a nice jibe. Crew gets out of onto the wire quickly. Skipper gets out again. And then for now, they're just trying to get foiling again, both of the hulls out of the water. We see here a team.
Another Australian boat, maybe? It could be. I'm not sure. There's 2 Australians up there.
Here's the spinnaker coming down. They're trying to do that as quick as possible so the boat keeps their speed. And here they go upwind again with quite a nice lead, I must say.
It looks like, doesn't it? Looks very good.
They're off to the left-hand side. Let's see if the others follow them. I just see one mark right now. There is the other mark. Here come the boats foiling downwind. Now they're going to drop their spinnakers, skip from 3 sails back to 2 sails, and get back into upwind mode.
The other Australian boat, bottom of our picture, just going out to the right. So we've got Aussies going left and right. It's Italy 46, still doing well in this race, being chased by John Gimson and Anna Burnet, who are leading this series in the early stages of the competition and still fighting in amongst the top 3 in this competition.
So we see most of the boats here going towards the left-hand side of the course. Big question, are they just following the leaders because they seem to know what they're doing, or do they see something there which think will come to their advantage?
And bottom right of our screen, we see the Belgian boat. We just switched to the leaders, the Australians, just tacked.
Tacking over to the right, probably also defending a little bit their position. If you're in the front, you can defend your position by trying to stay in between the mark and the other boats. And that way, even if the wind shifts one way or the other, the boats cannot pass you. So right now, they're doing a defensive mood, just trying to keep their first position. And it seems like most of the boats are going with them. So pretty safe right now for Australia. It's really Belgium here fighting for their first spots. But like Andy has said before, Belgium has a disqualification, a UFD. They were over the line early. Yeah, so they're playing this race in spek en bonen, bacon and beans, we say in Dutch.
What does that mean?
Yeah, it means spek en bonen. It means like you're competing, but it doesn't count. But they don't know yet, so they will find out later. It does look like quite good breeze there on the right-hand side of the corner. Right now they are not foiling with both hulls upwind, so that means that the wind has decreased a little bit since the last upwind.
Australian, they've just tacked away again. So that suggests they're not happy with the breeze they've got. I mean, they're tacking even further away from the rest of the fleet. I feel like the Australians are a little bit worried about where they are.
Yeah, it definitely could be. Could also be that the wind is still shifty and they're playing those shifts. Usually in the Nacra, we don't tack a lot because if you don't tack a lot, you have the time to get the boat up on the foils like the Belgians are doing right now. So it's a boat where a maneuver costs a lot of speed. So you need to be really sure about making that maneuver. And otherwise, it's most of the time a better option to just keep going in a straight line.
And the Belgians looking like one of the fastest on the racetrack right now, going really, really well. But as we know, it won't count for anything because they won't get a finish. And we are back with the leaders, the Australians, who are definitely H1, one hull in the water. So not so much breeze for them as for the Belgians, who were flying 2 hulls.
And what's interesting also to tell about this boat is that the skipper has the main sheet in the upwind, but apart from a main sheet, the boat also has a traveller, and they're using the traveller a lot. So the traveller pulls the main also in and out. and you can determine a lot how much power you have in the boat with that. And here we see one boat who has just done a maneuver and has put in all that work to get back up at speed, and then the other boat just flying underneath them, who have already built that momentum, built that speed, and now they're really doing a speed race, it looks like, to get to that right-hand side of the course.
Well, it's an Australian tuning run between two teammates. Right now they're racing each other, but as Adil said, the boat on the right has come from behind, and they're in foiling mode. Look, they're in full foiling mode, absolutely shooting away from the former leader, who was still stuck one hull in the water. So if you can just pop up on the foils, you get into another level of efficiency that the Aussies on the left would dearly love to get into, but they've been absolutely passed and left for dead by their teammates. So we've got a change of lead here.
Yeah, and as you can see, just a little bit of investment sometimes, sailing a bit lower can get you really far. And I think that was Bryn Little and Rhiannon Brown pulling off this nice foiling mode upwind.
Okay, well, we'll confirm who that is, but I think you might be right. If it's Australia 5, I think Australia 5, if that's who it is, top right of screen, then you're absolutely right.
It's also a big decision to make here, because if the wind does track right and they've gone into this low foiling mode, it means they'll have a big gain. But if the wind ends up turning left, this boat, which has chosen to go non-flying but in a high mode, will make a lot of gain. So it's one decision with a big impact on the outcome. We're here in the final stage of the second upwind already of the race. Boats are coming back together again. It's super exciting sailing.
So Australia 5, we don't know if they're still leading. It looks like Belgium might have actually got ahead.
Yeah, Belgium also on starboard pulling off a nice foiling mode. They like the low mode, it seems like, and so far paying off. And you see again that they're coming quite close together, even though they've gone to completely different sides of the course. The boats are still in a really tight race together, so really fun.
But it's so interesting to see these Australians bottom right of picture still persisting with sort of conventional catamaran sailing, the leeward hull in the water. They're not even trying to get the boat foiling.
Yeah.
While the Belgians are flying all over the place, doing enormous speeds.
Yeah.
And there's another boat foiling upwind, but doing much lower speeds. I wonder if that's Italy 46. I can't be sure.
Might be Turkey, and it looks like they're already heading towards the top mark, like they are on ley line. Very nice moding here. I think so far from what I've seen, worth the investment, unless you need to go this really short distance to make it through a mark. But the boats that have put in the work to get it foiling right now are ahead.
So, given the choice right now, you would be putting your boat into full foiling mode based on what we're seeing?
Yeah, definitely. It does look.
I think it's a French boat, maybe.
That's a French boat. We'll find out later for you who that is, but it's the French flying their flag high, going towards the top wind mark. Belgium coming on board. They're going to have to do one more maneuver, but this first boat is going in great speed. And the breeze looks nice. We see some white caps. That means we've got about 12 knots of breeze. And it is France 51.
It's Tim Moniac and Alois Retornaz who now take the lead. I think that's the first time we've spoken about them in this race, so that's a really big climb for Moniac and Retornaz.
But there are no newbies. Tim has gone to the Paris 2024 Games in the Nacra. Alois Retornaz is actually a 470 sailor who won a bronze medal at the Tokyo Olympics crewing. So she's used to being at the front of the pack. And I know already that last year in 2024, when Tim's past crew was injured, Alois sailed a bit of Nacra with him. That apparently was a good match, and now they've decided to team up for the next campaign towards LA, while we see all these boats flying around, going into the last downwind of this race.
And nearly everyone is going straight into an early jibe, so they really like the right-hand side, and that's where the French made their gains from to overtake the Australians, who had been in the lead. And Gimson and Burnet just going around now. What will they do? Will it be a straight jibe for them? Yes, it is.
Another jibe set going that way. And they're going with the waves now, which must be a very fun feeling in this boat.
Yeah, that's going to be propelling them even more quickly on the downwind leg. Really nicely executed by the British. And let's see what the next few do. Yes, nearly everyone is going for the early jibe. So it suggests it's quite a one-sided racetrack. I wonder if that's Italy 98. We're looking at going through the jibe and the hoist right now. They won the previous race. They started the day in the lead, but the Italians, Italy 98, not having a great race right now.
Another thing that plays in when deciding whether to jibe away at the top marker or go straight is the traffic that's still going upwind. But the further you are in the race, the less boats still going upwind. So the easier it is to do a jibe set without having any dirty air. Here we see the Australian boat again flying a country flag, which is always super nice to see. Very impressive. Sailing their boats, foiling on port with the waves, but it looks like smooth sailing to me.
And you know who first had country flags? Which class had country flags on their kites? Before it was all white sails. Bit of old school history. It was the 49er. First time it appeared in the game, Sydney 2000.
That's cool.
It was an absolute breakthrough.
Wow, here we see the boats. We see foiling down. We see France doing really well. They also rounded the top mark in first. They are still in first, going on starboard towards that finish line. We see some of the 49ers already. They're just warming up for their races, but they're quite close to the Nacras. I don't know how the Nacras feel about that. They don't want any 49ers interfering with their racing. They just want to get to the finish line.
But they're also good wind indicators as well, maybe.
Yeah,
I mean, not that you want them there,
sometimes it's useful to look at the other boats further away, and you can already see what shift is coming, what new breeze is coming, and use that to your advantage. But for now, they're getting to the finish. They're mostly looking ahead, and you still see darker patches of breeze. The blue kite on starboard is foiling very quickly. It has a very nice puff. They're going to try to take that downwind for as long as they can.
I wonder if those back markers with more breeze will be able to close the gap on the front runners. It's still a battle going on between France and Australia to see who can win this race. I'm trying to identify who we're looking at middle of picture. I wonder if it's Italy 46. I'm not entirely sure.
And
Might be the
another
French.
good race for the Dutch as well, for Willemijn and Scipio. They've sailed really well in this final series. And here we have the French, Tim Warniak and Eloise finishing. Congratulations. Really good job with the Australians finishing second closely behind. That was still a big battle, actually. That was Bryn Little and Rhiannon Brown. What's fun is also that Bryn has a brother sailing in this fleet. And here's the battle for third.
And yeah, Sweden 61 look like they might get third across the line. Will it be just enough, just ahead of Belgium? But of course, that no one knows yet. But Belgium won't count because they were over the line at the start, so they were disqualified.
So third place for Sweden. They had a really good race, the first one as well. And here we see all the other boats coming in. Netherlands, Australia, Italy 46 with another good race. They had a really good race in third position last race. So far, this is a great day for them.
And it looked like an early drop by the British. Didn't
Yeah.
look like they'd even crossed the finish line and already got the kite down.
A bit casual. Oh, but this is the way that we want to see sailing with these Nacras foiling above the water, sunshine, beautiful backdrop, close racing up until the finish, even here in the back of the pack. Really exciting.
Yeah, there's still every place counts. It doesn't matter where you are, whether you're fighting for first or second or 17th or 18th. Oh, what's going on with Brazil? They had to duck behind the Argentinians, so the Brazilians lost possibly another spot there. But no, they might still hold on ahead of the Argentinians. So not a good race for Argentina. They expect better of themselves than that. Looks like Brazil is going to win battle of the South Americans in that particular duel.
Yeah, and it also shows the level of the fleet. So you see the sailors who are in the top of the rankings, and they're sometimes finishing in the back of the fleet. And that's only possible if the level of the fleet is really high. So that's exciting to see. Here we see a nice picture of the winning team of this race, Tim and Aloise. Congratulations. Great sailing, great catching up, never giving up the fight. and awarded with the first place.
Yeah, really good second lap for them. They found something really good on the right-hand side to overtake. Well, initially it was Gargett and Hoffman who ended up 5th, who were the Australians leading before the other Australians, Little and Brown, moved into the lead. But the Aussies in the end, not a bad set of scores, 2, 5 and 8 for Australia in that race. But it was France who gets the line honours, and commiserations to those teams from Belgium and Finland that didn't get finish scores because they were UFD disqualified at the start. So there we had a little bit more foiling going on.
Yeah,
nice to see.
Super exciting, and it makes it really exciting when you have this decision to make of just foiling or just not foiling, and it's such a big decision to make for these athletes while their heart rates are up because they're working hard in the boat, and that's the game of sailing, that you have to be really fit in order to sail the boat well, but then you have to be a sort of chess king or queen to make the right decisions while you're doing it.
And what for you was the bit that came naturally, and what's the bit that you had to work on? Are you more of a natural speed merchant or a chess master, and which of the other bits you had to work on harder?
Ooh, I've been sailing since I was 4, so it's a long time ago. I think I'm definitely a little bit more of a chess girly. I used to be afraid to sail in high winds. I grew up in Curacao, which is an island, so we always had sea around us, big waves, a lot of breeze, which can be quite scary as a little boy or girl. But eventually, especially now in the F49 FX, I love the speed aspect as well. You come sort of in a meditative state. You can feel everything super well in the 49er and 49er FX. You're also in the other boats. Your feet are attached, your hands are attached. You feel the breeze on your body, which sometimes also gives you information. So it's really nice way of completely being in the moment when you focus on the speed. And then the chess part of it can sometimes be a bit more frustrating. So there's days where I'm physically feeling fine after the day, but your head is just, like scrambled eggs. Like so much happening all day that you're really exhausted. But I also really like combining the two. So if you would ask me, I would like a day where speed is important, but also the strategics are important, because it can become a little bit boring if it's just speed. Then you're sort of like a regular athlete, where it's a lot about the fitness. But I like it when it's a combination, because that's what makes our sport so beautiful.
And I think that's probably what these Nacra 17 sailors are experiencing right now. It's a bit of everything, isn't it?
Yeah, a bit of everything. They've got also swell underneath, but then now they have this chop, which more breeze comes, then waves creates chop with the wind. So that's an interesting combination for them to play with, and that will be hard for them as well, because they're up in the foils. These foils give a certain amount of lift, but the waves are constantly interfering with these lift on the foils, which means that while they're looking at the breeze and they're sheeting the sails, they also have to play with the differentials on these foils, with the numbers, the settings on these foils. So that's a lot of work to be done, which we are not seeing, but what's energy they're all putting in while racing.
It's a bit like a Formula One car in that sense, isn't it?
Yeah.
And the setup of the boat that you've done even before you go on the water can sometimes determine how you're going to do during the day. So it's the combination of the driver, the helm and the crew in this case, and how well the equipment has been set up.
Yeah, it's I think Nacra is the boat with most boat work in the Olympic scene. They have these foils, and the water glides past these foils, and it's really important that the foils have no scratches or bumps or anything, because just a little bit of a difference can disrupt the flow around the foils. So if they go on the water and there's one sand grade in their case, either the coach or the sailors, I hope the coach, is going to spend hours sanding it down. So next to becoming pro sailors, they're also becoming pro technicians at handling their boats.
Yeah, I really wouldn't want that level of responsibility, but it is so much work to keep those foils operating in tip-top condition. And me coming from the kiteboarding scene as well, when you see them with too much stuff to carry up the beach, you want to help them pick up their foils. They say, no, don't touch them,
foils.
Because even the oil from the skin on your fingertips can be the difference between whether they ride smoothly or whether they crash. So if you think about a scratch, well, it's not even just a scratch. It's just the oil from your skin can affect how efficient these foils are. Yeah,
so it's cool, and that's what I was talking about earlier. It's cool how you have to take into account the bigger picture, but then also the super small details. And these sailors are putting in a lot of effort, because we're not a Formula One team with 100 people around us helping us. Most of the times it's just the sailors, and if they're lucky, they have a coach who's there just for them. It's a lot of effort these sailors put into, and that's all just getting to the start line. And then when you're there, comes the whole game of sailing. Yeah. Such a complex, multifaceted sport. We're going to take a break, but we will be back with you before the next race kicks off. See you soon.
forget your life. You are my fire, feed my desire, taking me higher. We don't need to try. Can you take me to the other side? Wanna love you, wanna be alive. Can you take me to the other side? Feels getting run from the silence. We feed it, don't fight it. Go with the guidance. You're my fire and a desire. Baby, we're higher. We don't need to try. Just we're higher. We're fire.
Welcome back. We are we're in sequence actually for the next Nacra race because I can see the yellow flag flying. Hi, I'm Andy Rice, veteran journalist. This time joined by Ben Ramoka, who is the man that makes it all happen behind these three Olympic fleets, the 49er, the FX, and the Nacra 17. And so far, Cagliari has really delivered, hasn't it? We've had some fantastic days racing here in Sardinia.
Sure has, and it's a pleasure to be here and be with you all at home for this great racing. The fleet's been here for the best part of a month to train and now race, and it's been really wonderful.
Yeah, and just so you know, we have Ben as an Olympian as well. You competed in the 49er for Canada in that absolutely epic. Well, it wasn't all epic actually, but the 2008 games in China, it was mostly a light wind event, and then there was that absolutely nuts finale in the medal race where all hell broke loose.
Yeah, that was a fun time. Feels like a long time ago. It was a long time ago, but it's a pleasure to still be part of these three classes and the double-handed sailing at the Olympics, and a pleasure to be watching the Nacra 17 racing as the winds picked up for us. Third and final race of the day. We should expect another great foiling battle here.
It doesn't look like there's quite so many queuing up for the port tack start. It was pretty much an even 50-50 split between port and starboard starters in this 20-boat fleet in the previous race, which is really unusual. But they certainly seem to favour the right, and mostly the right seems to be the safer place to be, although this is by no means a one-way racetrack. We've got the U flag flying. The U flag means that you cannot afford to be over the start line in the final minute. And we had two UFD disqualifications. You can see the boat from Finland on the left-hand side, that white and blue cross on the left-hand side. They will want to be making sure that they stay the right side of the line this time round.
It's a smaller fleet than we often sail in Gold Fleet for the Nacra 17 fleet. Only 20 boats here, just like the Olympic fleet will be. And the races are a little shorter than they have been in the past. And that I'm just seeing how far away they are from the start line. They all want a runway. In the skiff racing, they all start a little closer to the line. So it's a very different setup here. The fewer boats there are in a start, the less you have to get prepared as early as you would otherwise. But they are now starting to queue up in an orderly fashion, and surely are getting ready to pull the trigger.
It looks like Argentina on the right is one of those that's looking to get a port tack start. Possibly the same for the Dutch, just slightly further to the left. Whereas it looks like Great Britain coming directly towards us are looking to win the pin end of the line. And we're just getting into the last few seconds, and off they go. We've got about 7 port tack starters. Will the Dutch on the left of screen be able to get past the committee boat and out into clear air? It's not the best of approaches, but it looks like they've got away with it. And Argentina coming through on this side. almost popping onto 2 holes. So a good start by Argentina coming out to the right, and the Dutch on the left-hand side also getting up to speed. And the right seems to be generally the more favoured way to go, whereas the British are relying on a pin-end start and now blasting out to the left-hand side.
Yeah, Gimson and Burnet looking to have a better race here as their third race of the day. They haven't had their best day so far, but they've won the pin end of the boat or the pin end of the line, and that will be what they have set out to do. They've gone into the H1 mode and not the full foiling mode like we saw the Argentinians going for, which is a bit stereotypical for their style, actually. But they look like they're holding the front lane really nicely there and headed towards what is often a good place to be, being the boat that leads to the left.
Yeah, I feel it's a little bit risky based on what we've mostly seen in this racing right now. I think I would probably want to be Argentina, who are middle bottom of the screen. Meanwhile, the Brits continue to go out to the far left. We know they're not stupid, so there must be something out there that's tempting out them out towards the left-hand side. But you can see that John Gimson is looking over his shoulder, just checking in on their progress. How is it going? He'll be having that conversation with Anna Burnet, doing the hard work at the front of the boat, pulling most of the ropes.
What a cool illustration of how many modes there are in the Nacra 17 these days. You've got the full foiling modes, the H1 modes, high modes, low modes. These guys have a lot of options to play with as they try and work their strategy, their win strategy, and their tactics all together with the ability to sail super high, super low, medium, and all sorts in the middle.
There are the British on the left-hand side leading the charge out to the left with Brazil and Finland. I haven't heard if there was anyone over the line on that start. I suspect that was probably a clear start, but we'll get confirmation of that. Now the British have tacked. Will they be able to get ahead of Brazil? That needs a good, well-executed tack, but they've managed to get away with that. So a really good, clean tack by Great Britain. And those are the moments that really make a difference. If they had to have ducked behind the Brazilians, it would have been a painful moment for Britain, but they got away with it. Well executed by Gimson and Burnet. And now it's the Brazilians who are looking over their shoulder when they will get the chance to tack.
I can confirm that was a clear start for all the boats, so no OCSs in this race.
Peixoto and Arndt currently 20th of 20 in this gold fleet. There are 40 in the overall competition, the other 20 competing in silver fleet later on today.
It's a new team to the fleet, the Brazilians. They, I think, are competing in their first world championship, but they're at a high level and sailing nicely. Oh, there we go. Gimson and Burnet up on the foil now. So once they've tacked and they're not having to dictate the lane to the rest of the boats above them, they've decided to sail a little more openly and get up on the full foil. Looking great right there. What a cool class to see them having to steer upwind through the wind and waves, optimize height, speed, and also the balance.
Beautifully efficient, and you can't help thinking that this kind of racing would be good training for SailGP. Similar kind of technology, foiling catamarans, and these are all the rage at the absolute sharp end of the sport with the F50s in SailGP, and this is sort of the two-person version of that.
Yeah, look at that. So they're having to work very hard to keep it on the foil. They're steering through at least 5 degrees up and down all the time, every wave needing a small adjustment of power and angle. Let's see how those Argentinians did. Are they going to come back from the side? It doesn't look great, does it?
No, the angles from the other side don't look particularly good, but when they're in these foiling modes, the angles are quite low, so it's quite deceptive sometimes. Looking good on it's on our right hand side as we look from this angle. The way the sailors are thinking of it, they're coming in from the left hand side, and actually maybe the left hand side of this racetrack is going to come good this time round. We're going to find out fairly shortly.
This is a new direction for racing this week, so teams are not going to be, or a new style of wind that we've had, so teams aren't going to be able to rely on anything they've seen so far. They're going to have to take it as it comes, and it looks fantastic here. Upwind of the shores, what a beautiful, epic scene as these boats come together. And we've got our first confirmed lead here as the fleets join.
So what do you think? How do you think it's working out for Great Britain at the moment, Ben?
I think that's Finland in the lead. So it didn't look like a blue flag, but that's what the tracking is showing. Finland and then Turkey. Yeah, there's Finland.
So Finland on the far right, still on port tack. I think it might be Great Britain who were on starboard, but you see it from this angle, or maybe not. I think it is Great Britain. And so we're on converging courses, but Great Britain with right away. So it's going to be Gimson and Burnet, and they've made the left-hand side of the race course pay, because now they are into the lead, followed by Finland going around in second place. So good strategy. Gimson and Burnet not tempted to go right. Oh, that's Brazil in second place. So Brazil, fantastic performance by Brazil. Currently 20th going into today. So phenomenal performance by them. Followed by Finland, then Turkey, then Sweden.
We still don't see the Argentinians, so the right side has not worked at all. Perhaps they got pressure, perhaps they got a shift, but the left side, Gimson and Burnet nailed the pin, wanted the left, took the left, and it's paid off.
And there is Argentina, bottom right of picture, coming in from the port ley line. So it's really not gone well for Argentina after such a great start to the race.
I'm not sure we've seen the Italian leaders, overall leaders either.
I think we saw them about 7th or 8th or so. So not terrible. But look at the big sudden... Oh, that's because they're jibing. But they've given up the lead, the British, to the Brazilians, who seem to have got better breeze down the inside of them. So I'm not sure that Gimson and Burnet did anything wrong, but it was the luck of the draw. And Gimson Burnet, from having a moderately comfortable lead, and now being challenged by Brazil.
So they've sailed out of the puff, and the boats behind them still had it, and that's why everyone's jibed inside them. Let's see if they can sail back into the puff and regain their... they are still the deepest boat downwind, so they haven't given up their place yet, but it's a bit threatened by that light patch they sailed into.
And Gimson and Burnet, one of the most experienced up against the Brazilians, one of the least experienced teams here, so that will give Gimson and Burnet some confidence that over the course of this 2-lap race they can probably get the better of Brazil anyway.
Looks like a little more wind from above still. We can see the boats on the top of picture sailing a little faster and perhaps a little deeper than the boats at bottom of picture, but it's pretty equivalent as they're all in very similar wind spaces.
Beautiful picture here, especially if you're a fan of the British team, because they have reconsolidated their lead ahead of Brazil, further to windward, and Finland, who are in danger of being rolled by Turkey. And look at the amount of running backwards and forwards that Anna Burnet is doing to keep this boat steady through the waves. It's a constantly changing playing field.
They're going back for another jibe, so it did seem like the boats were sailing into another light patch, and they're going to take this band of puff down the middle of the course, jibe back and forth through the middle of it to stay in the most wind they can all the way downwind. Anytime they're lightening up and heading up, the teams are jibing back down a central patch of puff to stay in as much pressure as they can. It was interesting having the Finnish and Turkish teams in a boat-on-boat battle. The former teammates, Akseli Keskinen and Sinem Kurtbay, sailed together in the last Olympics and now sailing against each other for Turkey and Finland, respectively.
Yeah, but both looking very competitive at the front of this fleet. And quite a lot of leeward heel there by the British Nacra.
Perhaps they overstood a little bit and that puff came in strongly, but they've come up and now they're going to go back to the left side of the course. Very tidy rounding so far. Let's see if they get back on the foil or if they sail a high mode. But very nicely sailed downwind. They were under threat there for a moment as it got light, but they jibed back in, stayed in the pressure again when they got light again, and have nailed that ley line. Brazilians have also held their second place, so good for them.
Being chased by Sweden. Sweden 14 coming in behind them in third place, but well held by Brazil.
Nice rounding.
Very nice rounding. Going the same way as the British, as are Sweden 14. Bit of a slower rounding for them. So losing a bit of ground there to the Brazilians. Turkey coming in. They've done an early drop. And the French keeping their kite up much, much later. I don't really know if it's done them any good or not. But Turkey with quite a surprisingly early drop there.
Yeah, the Finnish have gone off to the right of the course, looking at the screen here. So we see a bit of a split. Teams, I think, will have cottoned on to the fact that the left side of the course was favored on the first beat. But still a couple teams are going to separate out, clear their air. And then likely head back left, I suppose.
Dutch just jibing in ahead of Belgium to go round the right-hand side of the racecourse. Very late drop for the Dutch, but they get away with it. They make it work.
Race committee will be happy with this. Look at those angles coming in perfectly mirrored on either side as teams go both ways.
That's what you want to see. If you're going to put two marks out, you want the fleet to use both marks. Argentina going out to the left, and now back with the leaders. Bottom right of picture, Great Britain leading this race. And the boats that were second and third from Brazil and Sweden also going out the same way, so making it relatively straightforward for Great Britain to defend their lead. Brazil have tacked. How much longer will Great Britain want to continue, or will they want to tack and cover the Brazilians? We'll find out and see. But at the moment, they're not being tempted to go the same way. I think Gimson and Burnet liked what the left-hand side did for them on the first beat, and they say, yes, we'll have a bit more of that,
see
please.
John looking over his shoulder there. So as the drone just, I think, sailed out of its range. But you could also see the 49er teams in the background here preparing. They'll be on course next. So this is the final lap for the Nacra 17 today, and then we'll have 3 49er races on the schedule.
And so this is useful intel for the 49ers to see what's working for the Nacras. If this pattern holds, then it seems like the left at the moment is the way to go. Top left of the fleet, Gimson and Burnet have tacked. So they are now going back towards the centre of the course. Brazil chose to go back a little bit earlier, but someone who went out early to the right, looks like they're doing okay going that way.
Could have been Finland, I think.
Yeah, certainly Finland was one of those to...
It's a little lighter than it has been. You can see they've got quite a bit of boat in the water as opposed to the first beat when they were all foiling. But it's obviously very up and down with this system wind in for today. You can see the clouds in the background. We've got a ridge of low pressure coming in over the land.
Okay, and Brazil has yielded ground to Finland. Finland tacked, but you can see on the tracking, in the middle of the tracking, it's very close between Brazil and Finland. And British top right, very exposed, that nominally still in the lead, but in leverage terms, they are very exposed. It will take a slight shift. Oh, there's suddenly a leap forward. I wonder if the tracker was updating. But even so, the British lead is not secure, I would suggest.
The boat that's farthest right that you could see in that tracker earliest was the Australians. So it's a lot of this beat here, a lot of the remainder of this beat will be determined if there's a big shift in any which way or if one side fills with wind or not. The fleet is very spread out as they're making halfway up this final beat. And as you say, teams are quite exposed to leverage, but there's consistent wind, or reasonably consistent wind everywhere on the fleet, so it shouldn't be too many holes. But the fine details will matter as the wind fills in.
So it looks like there might have been a lead change in Brazil's favour. We really won't know until we see more convergence between those that went left and right. But massively different speeds. You look at Italy 98 in 6th place doing close to 12 knots of speed. They must surely be in upwind foiling mode, as surely the Argentinians are in 4th.
The British tracker has been intermittent, so that's why it's not showing up sometimes. So ignore the fact that they're not showing up all the time here. That's why we saw it leap before. So a little tech glitch there. But bear in mind, there they are, showing back up at the top of the fleet. So they're still sailing and sailing well.
Yeah, they're still definitely in contention, but I do wonder if there are others that are threatening for the British lead right now.
You were talking to the Jacks who were in the lead of the 49er racing, and their advice, or what they were doing, was heading to the puffs, finding the headers and tacking on them. And it does seem like that could be a bit of a tactic here today. Not necessarily a side-based thing, but just sailing on the better angle at any time, pointing your bow towards the mark, as the cliche would say, and sticking with that.
But the problem for the Nacras is that every manoeuvre is quite slow because these are such fast boats. You want to minimise manoeuvres, so you can't necessarily tack on every shift that you get in a way that maybe you would if you were sailing a hiking Ilka dinghy doing maximum 3 or 4 knots through the water. So we've got some distances there. Brazil have closed the gap. There's not much in it between Great Britain and Brazil for the lead of this race right now. Finland and Australia a little bit further back. Sweden have dropped back a little bit perhaps.
Look how different the racing is now compared to the first beat. They're plodding along here, hulls in the water, sailing like a very traditional boat, or certainly like a traditional catamaran. Whereas just a few minutes ago with a little bit more wind, they were ripping along.
Yeah, this is either H2 or H1 territory, 2 hulls in the water or 1 hull in the water. But yeah, not much in the way of upwind foiling going on right now. Pretty tense moments, especially if you're trying to defend a lead.
The British have defended well here. You know, they stuck to their guns and maybe, I don't know why they had so much leverage on the fleet going right, but it didn't matter, and they were able to come across and just stay cool. And now they've got a nice 3-4 boat length lead into the final windward mark. The downwind will be quick, as we know, so as long as they don't sail into any holes, they'll be happy with how they're doing right now. Swedish coming in with a bit of pace, so they're moving pretty swiftly here, and they're going to come into second place. Is that Swedish?
Yes, it is. Sweden going left to right on our screen.
Oh, that's not the windward mark. I think we're looking top right of screen, do you think, Andy?
I think so. The fact there's a rib next to that mark suggests that's not a mark of the course, so surely they're going to be tacking. The British will be tacking again in a moment, I think.
Yeah, I mean, if that's ribs trying to set that mark, then looks like to me like the British are trying to pinch for that. Meanwhile, the Swedish have continued on. So, bit of confusion potentially out there for our racers. There goes Finland also crossing. So they're up to speed and they're not tacking.
So has Sweden moved into the lead? The tracking data suggests that they have. But yeah, it's looking very close. And Great Britain, they've really wanted to stick to the left-hand side of this race course. And they're choosing to do that again. And we'll see if it works out for them, if they manage to retain their lead. But it really looks like we're now in a 3 or 4 way battle for the lead right now. And thank you, Ben, for your temporary stand-in. We've got Adil Lambrix van Aanholt rejoining me.
Yeah,
in the booth.
Thank you. Just had to make sure my baby was fed. But exciting, right back into racing. And I see Sweden is doing really well. Great day for them so far. Super consistent, even with the conditions changing a lot. Their level of performance is not unstable at all.
No, that's a really good point that you've made there. And yeah, they went into the day in 6th place, Emilia Ruud and Hannah Jönsson. And on the strength of how they're sailing today, they will surely move up the standings.
Yeah, and it's fun to see Australia 28 in 3rd now. The other little brother as the other one that was doing well in the last race.
Yeah.
So the little family also showing what they've got today.
Right. And it looks very close at the top. It looks like it might be Sweden, who is just in the lead of Great Britain right now. Sweden look like they're on ley line. And the French also having something to say about it. France 483 coming in with speed. Will they be able to roll over the top of Sweden? We'll find out.
Super close racing. So Sweden has the right of way here. But if France is faster than Sweden, that doesn't matter. But right now they have to wait before they can make the turn until Sweden makes the turn, because they cannot touch Sweden there. But that's a really fast Jennifer Hoyce, and it looks like they're already over the top and have passed Sweden.
So that's another lead change, and it is Clément Martineau and Eloise Clabon who have marginally moved into the lead, although they're doing a higher angle than the Swedes, whereas Britain, our previous leaders, have done a very, very slow jibe set.
Oh, yeah. That looks painful. That looks painful. And also they have to cross right now beneath all these upwind boats, and they're going to have some dirty air. So they're going to have to find good breeze to make up for this maneuver.
Yeah. I mean, they really must see something on that side of the course that they like, and it'll be so fascinating to see how Britain come back from that.
And even though it's the 2nd upwind mark, the boats are still packed really closely together. Really fun and exciting racing, huh?
Yeah. This is so close. You would think that they were going around the top mark for the first time. So the fleet are really unusually clustered here.
And here we can see some speeds as well. Quite a few differences, going about 13, 14. And foiling so nicely, with both of these hulls out of the water. Looks like quite a comfortable lead right now for France. It will be really important for them to pull off that all-important maneuver, the jibe in the corner before they go to the finish. So right now they're not focusing on that yet, but it will be pressure on for that maneuver.
Riding really high out of the water, the French. The higher you go, the more likely you are to crash down again. But the higher you go, the faster you go. So it's all about riding as high as you dare.
Yeah, and this looks absolutely beautiful with the sun in the background and these boats flying it nicely. You see also that France is sailing lower than Sweden, so that's nice because if they would be sailing higher, they would give Sweden a good chance to jibe on them in the corner. But now they took that chance away, and Swedish choose to jibe out early before ley line, taking a bit of the left-hand side as well.
And a pretty nice jibe by Sweden. They got almost immediately back up onto the foils after that jibe. Meanwhile, France carrying on and Sweden breaking out towards the far side of the course, seeing if they've got something here that will overtake the French and possibly take the race win. Certainly fighting for that race win very hard right now. Jeroen Johnson.
Oh, they're really pushing the boats off of the waves sometimes to get that momentum going. Quite physical, I must say, how they're working the boat here.
Yeah, absolutely. And the waves that they've got to work with is very difficult to keep the boat riding stably in these conditions.
So this is the last downwind for these Nacra boats today. Second day of their finals racing. Very, very exciting, I would say. Big day. I think you'd be happy to get out on skates because except for the Swedes, I don't think there's any boat that sailed stable in all of the races.
Yeah, I mean, Italy 98, we're seeing up in the top 4 right now. That's been a good recovery for them because we haven't said much about them in this race. And Great Britain 21, they're normally down in 5th, 6th or even 7th place. I don't know if that is really reflective of what's going on the water, but if so, that jibe set out of the top is really not working very well for the British, who had been leading this race up until only just a few minutes ago.
Yeah, and as you can see now, they're definitely in a lighter patch of breeze again, not foiling anymore. It's definitely not sailed this race. They're actually both inside now. So they've gone from fully foiling both sailors out into the trapeze to both sitting inside, which shows how tricky sailing still is. It might be the final leg to the finish, but it's far from over.
And the French have got a better angle down towards the bottom of the course. So they were so close to the Swedish just now. The Swedish have pretty much closed the gap on the French. But there it swings and roundabouts because now the Swedish are looking fast again.
Yeah, and then you see a Turkish pair of Sinem who have gone even further towards the ley line, and at moments they look like they've got more speed. It looks just like an upwind, right? Everyone tacking, jibing, coming from all sides.
And this looks like the win for this race, victory in this race could go any one of about 10 ways right now. There's so many boats that are all in contention right now. France is certainly one of them, but look how far forward the crew is sitting. That's not a good sign because that means they're not in an awful lot of wind right now. Australia, bottom of picture with the red Jenica, looking pretty good. Looks like they have some of the best speed on the racetrack right now.
Up on the foils, that's what you want to have. And like you said, GBR, Great Britain, took a big loss with that initial jibe set in 10th place. So they're hoping to catch up a few more boats in this final meters towards the finish line.
And now it looks like Australia might be the new leaders. So they've come from nowhere. Things changing so quickly. And then the Australians jibing here with the red Jenica, suddenly looking slow as they go through that manoeuvre. And the boat to leeward of them with the white Jenica. I'm just trying to identify them. That's Sweden
coming in front. They didn't have a right of way, but they're all having to jibe now towards the finish line. It looks like the boats from the bottom, actually, who went further towards the right-hand side are coming out better. Oh, these last meters, but they are looking painful with 2 holes in. The sailors working hard, but not much breeze to work with. It looks right now like Turkey and Finland, who went far right, are having the best breeze. And even GBR is fighting their way back with the top speed in the downwind as we speak.
And the French, they can almost reach out and touch that finish line, but oh, it's so slow into the bottom of the course. And some of the boats behind are getting H1, they're getting the hull out of the water, and they're going to be closing the gap on the French.
And the Swedish are back up on the foils, foiling very fast on starboards towards that finish line. They are so close right now, going very fast. They're just going to find the Turkish boat and see who crosses in front.
So a real burst of speed by Sweden, but they have to give up that speed as they go into a jibe. And look how fast an Australian boat is going top left of picture.
Oh, these are the most frustrating races when you're far in front. You think the race is sailed, you're doing well, but boats come in with puffs from behind and just seem to go faster, and you're trying to find that breeze yourself, but sometimes you just have to wait for the breeze to come down. And we're seeing a very tight finish now between Turkey and Sweden, but it looks like the Swedish have done it.
And Amelia Ruud and Hannah Jonsson, they keep their nerve. They're going to win this race by the skin of their teeth ahead of Turkey's Sinem Kirkbait and Alichan Kaynar, with Finland not far behind.
Big smiles, big smiles. Oh, that must be such a relief after a nerve-wracking downwind with so many maneuvers trying to stay in the breeze.
They look like they've just won the lottery, don't they?
Oh,
and they sort of have.
Yeah, they sort of have, and they played it well. And Turkey finishing in second. Another great comeback race, just like that first race of the day. It seems to be a good skill. And here we see a lot of boats finishing at the same time. Oof.
So close in the end. But we think the order is Sweden, Turkey, Finland. Great Britain come back to fourth. Not a complete disaster for them. Argentina in fifth. France 483 that were leading that race just a couple of minutes ago in sixth. Australia looking so fast for a moment in seventh. Italy 98. Ugolini and Giubilei are series leaders in eighth. Brazil dropping back to ninth, having been in the top two of that race for a while. And Austria in 10th. The Dutch, Ned 22.
It's fun how 11th. you see Anna here taking her helmet off, taking her gloves off. I really recognize this feeling when you're so overwhelmed, you get so overheated, and you just want to be able to breathe for a second. So you take off all your gear and try to digest what just happened. Here we have the winning pair. Big smiles, thumbs up. Great day for them, huh? Great day for the Swedes.
Yes, yeah, they really have sailed very consistently today in a day where it's been very hard to achieve that.
And you saw the Paris 2024 sticker there on their boat. So this was the Paris 2024 team. Took a bit of a break, right back into racing. These are the official, unofficial results of the last race of the day.
Yeah, and Sweden confirmed as far as we can see as the winners of that race. It was a clear start, so there were no UFD disqualifications. Great climb by Turkey to get into second ahead of the Finnish team Keskinen and Roihu.
Which is two past teammates battling it out.
They always seem to be glued together on the racetrack, don't they?
Yeah.
They can't get away from each
style,
other.
Maybe.
And Gimson and Burnet, who were leading that race and allowed a lot of leverage to creep in at times, particularly, you could say, on that jibe set on the final leg. I feel like they probably feel relieved in the end to still get a fourth place after all of that, because they were back down at about 10th.
Definitely, and it shows that you can never take anything for granted. You have to keep working, and the 49ers who have just come to the race course, they'll have been watching this finish and get a little bit of a slap in the face, like, welcome, this is your race course for today. It's not easy, but it's good to see it, because then you know I have to keep my eyes out of the boat. I cannot get too focused on the boat handling, but I have to keep really racing.
That's all you can take from what they've just seen of the Nacras, isn't it? I mean, I'm not sure that you can say there was a pattern that you could really follow. Well, this is not a full ranking, but this was how things stood before the last two races are slotted in. So this just give you an indicator of how things were going. I think Jordan Johnson will have climbed even further from 5th place, which is where they were after the first race today. So I think Jordan Johnson will possibly be top 3. And Ugolini and Giubilei, they're winner of that first race earlier today. But the rest of the day didn't go quite so well. Not disastrously, but there'll certainly be a lot of mixing in the results today. And well done to some of the teams like Italy 46, Figlia, Granara and Sedmac, who are 11th in the standings there. They might have climbed a little bit more today. And Brazil, who've sailed really well today as well.
And maybe now is also a nice moment to talk about the 49er FX, who have also been racing in their gold fleet. So they had the split last night between the top 25 boats and the rest. Top 25 advancing into gold fleet. We can see their results. They've already sailed 2 races today. Still in the lead, same as this morning, is the Swedish pair of Vilma Bobek and Ebba Bernsen, who have sailed very decent for a gold fleet, a 5th and a 6th. In second, we have the Canadian Lewin Lafrance sisters with an 11-5. And after that, it becomes super unstable. You see scores of 24 in second, 15 and 25. Sailors are on the FX course also having a tricky time finding out which way to go.
But the top 3 looking pretty strong.
We're happy to see the Norwegian... Happy to see the Norwegian pair made it out of racing with the crew being really sick and having to go off the water yesterday. Pia and Nora have competed both races, so that's a big relief.
Yeah, and done okay as well, which is great to see. But what have you got to say about who we're looking at here, Adil?
We see Aaron, the head coach of the Dutch Federation, spotting the drone in the coach boat with Jaap Sielhuis, former coach of Marit Bouwmeester, gold medalist in Paris in the Ilka 6. And then we have the 49er pair of Bart Lambrix van Aanholt and Floris van der Werken.
Your husband.
My husband and his teammates. So I'm going to be a little bit biased maybe at some point in this race, but I'll try not to be. There's plenty of other boats to focus on.
Well, let's see. I mean, I think you're allowed to be.
Yeah, I like him.
I'll try and reel you in if I think you're getting carried away.
I'll be honest, I like him. But no, it's really fun racing and the level is really high. There's a good mix of old teams. I'm going to say old, not necessarily that they're old in age, but old in that they have been sailing the 49er for a while. It's really cool to see that a lot of the Paris Olympians and Olympic medalists in the 49er have continued sailing. And they're here racing, combined with a lot of fresh, young, new teams. And they've done qualifiers so far. Some haven't even raced against each other yet because they've been matched up in different fleets every day. So it's really cool now that they all come together and get to measure themselves against the other top. And here we have the rankings, how we went into today.
Yeah, and a bit of a surprise really to see Jack Ferguson and Jack Hildebrand from Australia leading overall, but they haven't done that by accident. They've been sailing really well, and when I interviewed them the other day, it was as simple as we just try and go fast, and every time there's a knock, i.e. what we call a header, we tack on the shift and we just keep the boat going. I mean, well, if it was that easy, everyone would be doing it. Finding that boat speed is really, really difficult. Anyway, they're in the lead. Poland, Staniel and Storch in second. Adil's husband, Bart and Floris van der Werken doing the hard work at the front of the boat in third. The reigning Olympic champions from Spain in fourth, also just recently competed in SailGP last weekend. Molleris and Bornath from USA in fifth. Grummet and Hawes from Great Britain in sixth. Schultheis and Rieger from Germany in seventh. Konitzer and Martinez from Spain in eighth. Schneider and Arno Laplanta from Switzerland in ninth. And Nevin Snow and Ian McDermott from USA in 10th, and just below them at 11th, Isaac McHardy and Will Mackenzie, the Olympic silver medalists. So we've got the gold and silver medalists on this racetrack.
Here we see the current leaders, Jack and Jack. Together they already won the 2023 Youth World Championships, so they know how to win, but that was in the junior fleet because their best finish so far in a senior World Championships is 23rd. It's going to be hard not to beat that.
Well, absolutely. I can't see them dropping that low now. There's only 25 in the gold fleet, and to be leading at this stage of the competition is quite phenomenal sailing.
And as we can see, there's not a lot of breeze. Breeze has gone up and down a lot. Huh? We've seen 0, we've seen almost 20, and now it seems like a light breeze, fairly filled in, but still with some differences in pressure, which the boats will need to find out. And we hope it stays stable and we can get to racing with them soon.
There is Netherlands 2 on the right, a picture. Deel, you know that boat better than anybody. What would you say are their super strengths?
Ooh, super strengths. I think usually they're really, really good at starts. They got this, I call them the Botin Florian special, where they start on port from the race committee, and they do it in a really fun, nice way, and sort of initiated that in the fleet a couple years ago, and now you see more and more boats doing that. And it makes more sense, or it's easier to go towards the left-hand track, because boats start on starboard, and then without a tack, you will automatically go to the left. But of course, there's a whole right-hand side of the course that people want to explore too. So they're good at that. We see the boats here. What they're doing right now is they're tuning their boats. So once you get out on the water, every day feels a little bit different. A little bit different waves, a little bit different wind. So every time you get out on the water, they're giving a thumbs up and a wave to us. Hi guys. You have to do a little bit of a check of how does today feel. How do you want the sails to set up? How do you want to move with your body weight? How do you want to steer? How do you want to sheet? So all the teams which you're seeing right now, they are doing this little warm-up. Some of them are already near the starting line. They are looking which side of the start do I want to start in, because that's quite unique in sailing as to other sports. In other sports, you get assigned a lane. You get a lane, you get a spot. This is where you start, go from there. In sailing, there's no assigned spots, so you can fight for any spot you want, and the real race doesn't start at the start gun. It starts minutes before, already fighting for that spot.
And in light winds, in the 49er and the FX, I've seen fleets line up with about 8 or 9 minutes before the start time. So even before you're actually in racing mode, people are booking their spot. It's like putting their towels on the deck chairs.
Yeah. It is. It's like you're on vacation and you think, I want this spot, and no one's taking it from me. And it's 9 minutes until the next start. So I don't know. These Danish 66, they might already be claiming their spot together with the Swiss. It's also always a bit of a mix-up. Like sometimes you want to have that spot, but you also still want to have your eyes open, because in 9 minutes a lot can change. The wind can turn a completely different way and you might want to start somewhere else. So sometimes that strategy works very well, and sometimes it's better to wait a bit longer to pick a spot. And also it costs a lot of energy, because we call it fighting, but it really does feel like fighting when you're there with the other boats, all gunning for the same place on the line.
Well, take a mental snapshot of Husu, or even do a screenshot if you can. We're going to take a quick break, and then we'll come back to you soon and see if those boats are still in the same spot. Right, look, it's got even busier by the committee boat. So those that put their towels on the deck chairs early were right to think so. And Denmark 66 still there, trying to keep its towel from blowing off the deck chair.
Swiss 77, and they're all lining up towards the race committee, towards the right-hand side. So this either means that they think the race committee is favored, that the race committee is closer to the open mark, the first mark that they need to get to, or that they want to get to the right-hand side of the course because they see more breeze there, or because they think they might get a better shift there.
Yellow flag goes up. That is to signify the 5-minute signal before the start of Gold Fleet Race 1. This is the top 25 men's teams competing. And yesterday we saw that cut off and the usual flurry of protests of people trying to scrape back into the top 25. But there was some significant players that didn't quite make it. Otto Henry and Sean Connor from Australia, the unlucky ones, just 2 points out of it. They finished in 26th yesterday, and in 27th, Matthias Coutts and Oscar Gunn. Matthias Coutts from New Zealand, winning the International Moth Worlds at the end of last year / beginning of this year. Son of Russell Coutts, the head honcho of SailGP and the 5-time America's Cup winner. So disappointment for those guys not quite making the cut to get into the top 25. And wow, it's like bees round a honeypot, those 49ers around the committee boat.
Yeah, they all seem to be knowing where they want to start and, like you said, placing their best mat. And for now, they can still be where they want. But from 1 minute onwards, it's really important that they stay behind the line, behind the orange flags on the two boats, because otherwise they will be disqualified, which is hard to do when you're battling a lot of other boats. It's also fun to see two Dutch boats fighting with each other. You'd hope they give each other some space, but there's no room for friendship when you're on the water. It's a hard world out there.
And closest to the committee boat is your husband, Bart Lambrechts van Aanholt and Floris van der Werken. So they are really keen to start right next to the committee boat by the look of it. And let's see who else we can see in there.
Yeah, they're all congested. You see a few boats being further away from that race committee. This is a decision people need to make. Do I sort of risk it? So do I go to the very busy area where I might get a really good payoff because it's the favorite side? Or do I choose to maybe find a bit more space where I'm quite certain I can get a clear lane, but I already initially, right at the start of the race, give some meters away to my competitors?
I guess the good thing about being Netherlands 2, where Bart and Floris are, is that as long as you do get off that end of the line, even if you don't get the best of starts, you've got the option to tack away early, don't you?
Definitely. That's always a pro of the race committee. And you see Diego Botin and Florian Trittel right there. So we're not seeing the full race course, but we can assume probably with these names being there that they know what they're doing. It looks fairly light and fairly stable when we look up the race course. Should set up to be a nice race with only 1 minute and 45 seconds to go. You see the fleets are lining up a little bit more evenly. The people who are finding that they are not going to get a spot at the race committee are finding other places still. For example, we see GBR4 sailing down the line, trying to find their luck a bit lower towards the line. And you know what? It might work out for them.
What do you think about the Australian boat? Bottom right picture, just to leeward of the committee boat, still looking for a spot. I thought they were maybe going to join the queue next to the committee boat, but there are some boats now left of our picture near the committee boat. It really is still really congested up there, and not everyone is going to come out smelling of roses.
Definitely, and there comes a cutoff point where you have to decide. Okay, we're not getting in here anymore. We're not getting a spot, and then you would definitely rather start in a different place, front of line, than start second, third, or even fourth row in the favorite spot. Right now you see one Danish team, they've decided, okay, we're going to go further down. This is not it. But the other Danish team thinks, oh, I think a spot will come. We'll wait up here, and it's only 34 seconds, so we'll see. There's a bit of a banana so far in the line, so you see that the people on the outsides are close to the start line. It's easier also to see there where the line is, and the people in the middle are actually quite a few both lengths back, but often they don't realize that.
Yeah, come on, people. I mean, there's plenty of nice transits. You've got all those mountains in the distance. I thought we wouldn't see so much line sag in the middle. But
let's see. They might trigger early. It's 8 seconds to go now. Boats are almost going. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And there we have the start. And actually, the line sag went away quite nicely. For example, Austria 29, they probably were aware there was a line sag and triggered early, and now have a really nice free lane in the middle to sail their race. And it was very popular in the beginning at the right-hand side, but now it's really busy here at the pin as well, and everybody's pretty evenly spread out, and it will be really exciting to see which side ends up paying off. A lot of boats already have tacked over towards the right. Bit of a split here in the fleet, with boats going either way.
But really good starts for the 3-time world champions from the Netherlands, Ned 2. They're looking nicely poked out on this side. So are the reigning Olympic champions from Spain. But we're back with Poland 64 and the boats breaking out towards the left-hand side.
Yeah, together with France 1, the reigning world champions. It's funny because we're talking about this fleet, and we can almost talk about everyone having won something. The level is so high, and it's so fun to see so many people continuing to sail even after they've won championships. And it really shows that the depth of the fleet now is really high. Really nice also start here on port for Norway 345. The Bertet brothers managed to sneak into Gold Fleet in 25th place. That must be a big relief for them, and they've got nothing to lose. So yeah, I can imagine it's really nice racing for them.
Yeah, they know they can't finish worse than 25th, and the Norwegian Bertet brothers, I've been told, are ones to watch for the future. Still pretty young.
Yeah, and what's also cool is that you really see that they come from a sailing family, and their mom competed in the 92 Olympics together with the crew of the Norwegian FX, Nora Edland. So you see these sailing families combining, and generations later they're still competing in Olympic sailing, which is great that this legacy gets passed on.
You're a walking Wikipedia, aren't you, Adil?
Yeah, well, I'm part of the class, so it's like watching my friends sail, and that's really nice about the class as well. That a lot of people are friends when they're on shore, and it makes it feel like a family on land, but definitely not on the water. Here we are sailing hard. The Dutch and Norwegian are in a bit of a speed test towards the right to see who can get that first nice tack in later on towards the upwind mark.
Can the Norwegians on the left hold their own against the 3-time world champions who were so dominant in the last Olympic cycle, winning, what was it, three in a row? Three worlds in a row?
Three in a row and then a second, so doing really well. And when we look at the conditions of today, it looks really nice for 49er sailing. You're seeing they're just on the edge of stretching out together, and sometimes just not stretching out together. It's really fragile sailing, and then combined with the swell coming underneath and a little chop trying to stop the boat, you really have to be very precise and work hard to keep going. And right now it looks like this left-hand side is... it's looking pretty good, huh? What do you think? They've got clear lanes.
I'd rather be on the right, I think.
Oh, here we get another shot. The first boats from the right have tacked over, and they look like they're going pretty fast. And now will be the decisive moment of who gets out in front, left or right.
Are you just saying that you think you like the left-hand side because you don't want to appear biased for your husband who's doing quite well on the right?
It's also, I have to say, it's hard to watch from outside. Maybe it's a bit easier when you're inside the boat, what I'm used to. But one thing we can say for sure is that the feet is very close together, which you often see in conditions like this. And just a few meters can decide if you can go in front of everyone or have to duck 10 boats and take a big loss. So this, where it all comes together, this upwind mark is a very important moment in the race.
The Dutch looking pretty good on the far side, along with the Norwegians. and it looks like they're on ley line, so they may not have to put in any more tacks, and they look like they're fully stretched. They're getting the boats fully up to power. How many knots of breeze do we need for them to be fully stretched and full power?
In the 49er, I think it's about nine knots, maybe. They definitely have it now, and the Norwegians and the Dutch, they have taken a nice fat big ley line, we say, so they can put the bow down, go into a low mode, whereas the Spanish had taken a bit of a tighter ley line, sailing less distance, but having to sail the boat a bit slower. And then when we get to this mark, we can see which boat made the better decisions. It looked like it's the Dutch in first, which I'm very happy to report to you all.
as you should be.
The Nacra had a spreader mark they have to go around, but the Dutch can, and for all the rest of the 49ers can go straight downwind. First Dutch, second the Norwegian brothers, and then in third it's
it'll be Spain. It'll be Spain going around. This is the reigning Olympic champions Diego Botin and Florian Trittel going around in third, and then
choosing to go for a jibe set. They just made a really nice upwind on the right hand side. You see a lot of boats who went to the right now coming to the top of the fleets. Looks also like they had a bit better speed there, probably a bit more breeze on the right hand side. So they're choosing to find that side again in the downwind. Dutch and Norwegians also won on that side, but choose to go to the other side now, which is quite interesting. But they are sailing with less bad air. And looking back a little, what are they doing? It must not be easy out there.
No, and as you well know, Bart and Floris haven't done an awful lot of sailing together in the last year. They took a full year off out of sailing, and it's only in the last few weeks they've really got back into training in the 49er. Is that right?
Yeah, correct. They had a bit of a difficult games. I got pregnant. Bart was with me there the whole time. We got our daughter in July. So spent some time on that. Floris did a lot of pro sailing, so very different. Learned a lot of new things there. I think he also said that he enjoyed the 49er and Olympic sailing better. So that's happy to hear. Good for the class. So they've taken some time off, like a lot of the Olympic sailors have done. It's a long 4 years, sometimes 8, 12, 16 years to be sailing full on, and sometimes you need a little bit of a heads out to...
Well, talking of long campaigners, Denmark 79, born in 1979, is Jonas Vara, the winner of the Olympic gold medal in Beijing 2008. He is now 46 years old. He's only just got back into the boat again. He tried coaching, but he thought, no, I prefer sailing. And okay, 46 sounds a little bit long in the tooth for sailing one of these boats, but here he is. He's up in the top 5 or 6 of this race right now, so he really hasn't forgotten many of his skills.
Yeah, it's great to see a legend like him sailing this boat, going up against the youngsters. And I think in conditions like today, where it's not very physical, his age doesn't bother him at all, and he has all of that experience in the bank he can take with him. And usually he's really into light and tricky conditions, so this will play right into his strong suits. Here we see a nice jibe from the Dutch. Close racing, they're just about to round the mark.
Wow, a nice double jibe.
Yeah, managed to keep the boat speed up, taking the mark that takes them to the right hand side again, together with the Norwegians. Looks a bit like the same as the first upwind.
Yeah, and a bit of a gap to third. If Spain managed to hold on to third, that jibe set away for Spain certainly seems to have lost them some distance on the top two, the Dutch and the Norwegians. So maybe it wasn't the right call to take that side of the course.
I think they especially had a lot of bad air from the boats still coming upwind, so they probably took a big loss initially on that downwind.
And there we see the Dutch leaders going through a bit of bad water there. Maybe the backwash from the boats coming downwind.
Yeah, you can see the color of the kites also. So now all the boats going downwind are giving the boats upwind bad air, and that makes it hard to sail. You can also see the water is very tricky. Lots of chop. The Spanish, where they're going, there's no boats giving them bad air, so they've got clean wind, but they are going to that left-hand side, which did not work out in the first upwind. So let's see how that goes now.
Yeah, a bit of an expensive downwind leg for the Spanish. Around go the Swiss 77, Seb Schneider and Arno de Planta.
Great sailing team. Seb Schneider also got married this summer, and Arno de Planta was there as one of his best men. So this couple is not only colleagues, but are also really friends off the water. And you have to be really in sync on these conditions, so hopefully that helps them out. Here we get a nice drone shot from above, from the boats, both sailing upwind and downwind, and it does look light and tricky, doesn't it?
It does look light and tricky from that angle. It looks quite different. It looks a lot lighter wind, but maybe that's a little bit deceptive what we're seeing there.
And you see that the fleet has already split quite a bit. So you can see that there were big gains made on the right upwind of the first leg. And you see that some boats are already quite far behind, and they'll have to catch up a lot. And where in the first upwind we saw a lot of people stretching their legs, here they're crouching, bending the knees, squatting a lot. So breeze has got a bit lighter, and these are really tricky conditions to sail this 49er in.
These are the Spanish, the reigning Olympic champions, who are going up the other side of the race course, and they're not afraid to sail their own route up the course. Also, the current winners of SailGP from last season, Diego Botin, the skipper of SailGP team, and they've just come straight from here, straight from Cadiz, straight to here, and they had to have some of the other Spanish sailors, their teammates, rig up their boat for them and get the boat through measurement. So luckily they've got some good friends on the Spanish team that helped them out. Yeah,
interesting build-up towards the Worlds, I think. Something which will be hard for them is that they're not very in tune with the 49er. You know, they haven't had all the time. But what's really nice is that they're super fresh into the boat. They just did SailGP, where you learn a lot of different racing skills. And then it's a bit of fun getting back into 49er, because you feel, this is what I've experienced going into other boats, you feel quite free again. You can laugh if you make a mistake. You don't take things so hard. So they'll probably be sailing here with a fresh mindset, even while they're the Olympic reigning champions.
It looks like the Spanish have just sailed into a bit of a header. Is this an opportunity to tack?
Andy, you could be out there. Look at that. They're listening to you.
So it looks like they're now getting comfortably across the front of Denmark 79. I think it looked a bit tighter until that shift, but that looks like the Spanish have held on for a pretty good shift. Let's see how it comes for them. Will it come good for them when they converge with Netherlands and Norway on the far side of the race course?
And right behind the Spanish, we also saw the Uruguayans. They are training partners, so no surprise seeing them close to each other during racing, because they're also always training together.
We're back with the Dutch leaders. Will they still be leading when they converge back at the top, or will that shift have paid well for the Spanish? And somewhere in the middle, cutting the two in half, it's the Norwegians who have gone a bit more of a conservative line up the middle of the track. That's the Berto brothers from Norway. It looks a little bit risky here for the Netherlands from this angle. Might be deceptive.
Yeah, it looks like the left has paid off a bit more in this second upbeat of the first race in Goldfleet for this 49er. So whereas the first upwind we were very clear the right was paying off, and now it looks a bit like the left was paying off. It just means that tricky racing.
Well, sitting in the Spanish corner, they've got the veteran coach Hamish Wilcox from New Zealand, good friend of mine. He used to coach Pete Burling and Blair Tuke in the days when they were winning their 6 49er world titles and their 2 Olympic medals, a gold and a silver in the Olympic Games, and has also worked with them through one of their America's Cup campaigns when they defended the America's Cup for Emirates Team New Zealand. And when Burling and Tuke moved on from the 49er, Botin and Trittel decided to hire Hamish, and Hamish has just come back from cruising from back from Fiji, back to New Zealand, and only just landed in time to join them here.
Yeah, so definitely we see that the left-hand track has paid a lot. The Spanish, who had lost a lot in the downwind on that jibe set, thought we're not going that way again, we'll go the other way, and now are in quite a nice lead, coming in with high speeds towards the second top mark of the race, leading the race.
Well, what a big gain for the Spanish. They made a bit of a mess of the downwind leg. They lost ground on the Dutch, but they've more than made up that ground on the Dutch and the Norwegians now. And around go the orange and yellow jerseys and the red and yellow kite of Spain now into the lead. Uruguay just passing behind. And it's Norway going around in second, Uruguay going around in third. And it looks like it's going to be Denmark 79 going around in fourth.
Yeah, and what a beautiful hoist that was. Really pays off that Florian has these long arms, so he can make he can get that kite up super fast. Not the most important in tricky conditions like this, but still, as a sailing fan, really nice to see executed beautifully.
And they have done little sailing in the 49er, and I was really surprised to see the Dutch and the Spanish fighting so hard at the committee boat end, doing that really technical sort of cycling, stop cycling at the bike. I'm really not. You know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, but definitely these guys have sailed the boat for a long time. So even if you take a couple of months out, you don't lose all your skill. And like I said, sometimes it even pays off to get back, to take a little step out, come back in fresh, and you need energy to be fighting there at the pin and to go for it. And Spain is had a really nice gust and is increasing their lead, especially sailing a lower groove than the Norwegian brothers. This looks comfortable towards the finish, I would say.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? I mean, the Burnet brothers have just lost touch with the Spanish there. The Spanish are in a lower and faster mode, and there's nothing the Norwegians can do about that. I don't think they're sailing badly. It's just the luck of the draw, and this time it's working in favor of the Spanish.
Yeah, sometimes the rich get richer, and like we said, it's so specific that the Norwegians now picked up a little gust. What's also nice to know about the 49ers, if you get a gust of wind in the downwind, you don't only go faster, but you can also sail lower. So it's a double gain if you get a bit of extra breeze in that downwind.
Yeah, and it looks like finally the Norwegians have picked up to similar kind of speed on the Spanish, but the damage has already been done because the Spanish have pulled well ahead and look very difficult to be overtaken for
what
this.
What we see on this race course is that they sailed on starboard for a very long time, this downwind. We also saw it in the second upwind. The wind had shifted left a lot, which means basically everybody is sailing in the same lane, just following each other towards the finish. Very comfortable when you're in good spots, not so comfortable when you're in the back because there's not a lot of overtaking opportunities anymore. Here we see the Spanish going for their final jibe into the finish. Just got a little bit of port sailing left to do before they reach that finish line. And what's also nice to know is that it was a clear start, this race. So nobody was over early, even though they were all really close to the line, which means that the Spanish is also not disqualified and they can enjoy this win once they reach that finish line.
And surfing those waves as well. Florian just coming out a little bit more out onto the trapeze as the boat picks up with the power and cruising over these waves really, really nicely. And as you say, Adil, these are the moments you can really enjoy. I can't see anything going wrong at this stage.
Definitely. And you see that they're generating nice power, a bit more breeze. And like you said, surfing those waves, it's really fun. The 49er has a really pointy front. So you don't want that pointy front slamming into the waves. But when you have the opportunity to take the waves down and surf them, it's a really nice feeling, and the boat's designed beautifully to do that.
So colour coordinated with their bibs and and their kite and their mainsail. They're looking very, very Spanish indeed as they are about to cross the finish line of this 25 boat Gold Fleet Race 1.
Yeah, and it's nice to win that first Gold Fleet race. It's a good feeling because you're always a little bit nervous after qualifying. Qualifying, there's still quite a little bit of space in the fleet, but then in Gold Fleet, there's no room for errors. And then to win the first one, whew, big relief. They must be happy.
Yes, big relief indeed for the reigning Olympic champions, Diego Botin and Florian Trittel. A masterful race, even if they did make a bit of a mistake with the jibe set the first time round at the Windward Mark. They came around the bottom of the course in third, went their own way up the left, and it paid massively.
Yeah, and it's fun to see that the conditions keep changing. In the Nacra, we had quite a favorite right side, I would say, throughout the day. Here we had a favorite right side in the first beat, but then the left paying off a lot. So you cannot just go on what has happened in the past, but you have to keep looking towards the front. What breeze are we getting next?
Yeah, and I wonder what the Spanish saw, because they really wanted the right-hand side of the racetrack off the start line, as did the Dutch, and two really well-executed starts by those two teams along with the Norwegians.
Here's the Norwegians finishing in second.
Wow, so far back.
Yeah, so far back, but like we said, distance in between doesn't matter. And coming in 25th into this Gold Fleet and now finish second must be great for them. And they are also a bit of a lighter team. They're light wind specialists, so I think they'll be happy that there's racing happening today.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how many seconds or minutes behind you finish. It's where you finish across the line, and it's going to be Uruguay coming across for third place. Winners of the European Championship in France last year.
Also another light wind specialist team.
They don't like to think that. They like to think that their strengths go beyond the light winds, but certainly they're one of the best.
I mean, it can be their superpower. They can be great at other things as well, but I would be scared lining up against Uruguay in a light wind race.
Yes, I would agree with that. And there I can say he's the old man of the fleet because he's still a lot younger than I am. The 46-year-old with his birth year on the sail, 1979, and also the combined age of those two sailors also happens to be 79 as well.
Showing that he still got it. And here we have the Dutch. They probably will be a little bit gutted, but a fifth place in a Gold Fleet is still a really, really sensible race that you keep. We call it about keepers. This is still keeper, so hopefully they're not too disappointed.
Yeah, fifth is still very much a counter, as you say. And then Andrew Mulleris and Trevor Bornath coming across the line for the USA in sixth place. And then the gap's quite significant after that.
Andrew Mulleris has been sailing the boat for a long time as well. In the beginning, for a long time, he sailed it with his twin brother, but since then has switched onto other crews and is now for this campaign, for this first time, trying it out with Trevor Bornath. And let's see how they do. This is a good start, I would say, towards a new campaign.
Yeah, well, USA got the bronze medal in the 49er last year at Paris 2024. So some good pedigree to work off there. And the crew of that boat, Hans Henken, is here this week supporting one of the USA 49er FX teams that just happens to have his wife and his sister on board racing together. So a real family affair there for Hans Henken, who's also another SailGP competitor for the US team.
Here we see the coming 49ers still finishing downwind. You can see that they're in quite a light patch of breeze coming from all sides of the race course. Still very exciting to see who finishes where in this first Gold Fleet race.
And it looks like it might be New Zealand next to come across. Seb Menzies and George Lee Rush, who were the Open European champions. I think they might be the next across. So a couple of 20-year-olds sailing really well.
Yeah, and I have to give a shout out to the Dutch Net 456, Wiebrand and Stein. They've sailed really well this regatta so far. Every regatta this year, they've been just on the cusp of reaching Gold Fleet, but didn't make it. They finally made it, and what a great first race to start off with.
And there we have an image of our winners of the race, the Olympic champions, Diego Botin and Florian Trittel. A couple of SailGP competitors. And finishing well ahead in the end. I was just absolutely amazed how the gaps opened up between Spain and then Norway almost a minute later. And then Uruguay, Denmark, the Netherlands, USA, Australia, and another Dutch team. But yeah, massive gaps. And now you can see there's a whole flurry of boats behind us crossing the finish line. Going out left of picture, New Zealand 18, the Olympic silver medalists, McCarty
and now the reigning world champions, Erwan and Clement, going across the finish line. It just shows the depth of level in this fleet. Even the world champions can finish almost last. That shows that the level's really high, and also that the racing is really tricky. It's not, it might seem clear cut if you're looking at the leaders, but there's a lot of really good sailors having a hard time figuring out where to go and finding clear lanes.
Now, you won the last FX World Championships in Lanzarote. We covered that last year. Absolutely fantastic to watch. Must have been great fun to be part of. And the French were the equivalent winners there, winning, absolutely dominating the World Championship, weren't they? I mean, even your husband and Floris couldn't get that close to them on that occasion.
Yeah, definitely. And it was the first French world title in the 49er in all of history, even though they've had a lot of top teams over the years in the fleet. So it was a really historical moment for the country. And I know a lot of people were very proud of them. Erwan and Clement, originally they were really heavy wind specialists, but since then have also developed to be true all-rounders. In all conditions they sail well. Not a great race for them in this first light race, but that doesn't say anything about their level. It's just one race, they can discard it, and that's also why in sailing we have discards. Sometimes you get unlucky, and it's most important that throughout the whole week you show consistency in all conditions.
Yeah, that's the tough thing. But talking about consistency, if we move to these sudden death formats where one race decides all the medals, that's going to throw consistency out the window, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a bit. So I think that's why a lot of the sailors are giving some backlash on the formats, and it's figuring out, and we'll have to see. So what's good for the viewers to know is right now we're doing Gold Fleet racing. In 2 days' time, we will have one final fleet race with the top 20 boats umpired, which means that the jury who is out there every day will be out there, but they will be giving flags, and you can no longer protest when you're unsure. So that race is deciding. There's no comebacks. The top 4 will qualify for one final race. And there it will be winner takes all. So it's not going to be conservative and consistency at all. It's going to be who dares to take a risk and execute that one perfect race under pressure. Exciting. We will see what everyone has to see about it. And I really do hope that the top overall consistent sailor also wins that race, because that will feel fair. But we'll have to see.
Well, it's a format that we'll explain more about over the coming days, because even the sailors are trying to get their head around it. But it has been designed by John Gimson. I don't know if Anna Burnet had a say in it as well, but John Gimson was quite a reluctant designer of this format, but he was concerned where the pure sudden death of whether you had 4 boats go into a final where everyone went to scratch, and it was literally who finished first, second and third across the line who would get the gold, silver and bronze. He was really concerned that if that's going to come in, can we do better than that? Can we have a format that gives some kind of reward to the sailors that have done well across the week? And so it's an interesting format that basically whoever wins out of those 4 boats across the line will get the gold medal. But if you went in wearing the yellow bib, i.e. leading going into that race, you can only drop down as far as silver. If you were wearing the blue bib, i.e. second going into that race, you can only drop down as far as bronze. But then there's a really interesting scenario between third and fourth. So fourth can displace third for bronze. Fourth place is either going to get the gold medal if they win the race.
Yeah.
They could get the bronze if they get ahead. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And they could still finish fourth. They could end up fourth. But could they? Will the red bib go on the attack to defend the bronze, which they could take? They could match race fourth place and just say, right, I'm just going to defend the bronze.
Yeah.
Or do they go all out for the best race they can and see if they can win that gold medal? I suspect most people are going to go for broke and try and win the gold medal.
Yeah,
What do you think?
I think you'll see different characters choosing different things. There's definitely sailors who are more aggressive out there and sailors who are more conservative. It also might matter, is it a World Championships or is it the Olympic Games where you're sailing this format? Exciting. I mean, I'd be quite scared to sail this final race, especially after having sailed all week and it all coming down to one moment. It's a bit more like a sprint, like a track race, where it's in the last 10 seconds, it's all decided.
You had your own battles to fight in Paris 2024, but I'm wondering, did you pay attention to what happened in the 470 gold medal race, the 470 medal race?
Tell me, Andy.
No, fair enough. I mean, that was a really interesting scenario, but the Spanish 470, Jordi Jamar and Nora Brugman, who had won everything going into the games and were the clear favourites, had a bit of a fight on their hands to get their hands on the gold medal. They had a theoretical, mathematical chance at it, but they went after the Japanese really, really hard in the pre-start, but basically turned it into a match race. And meanwhile, Austria just sailed their own race and ended up winning the gold medal. And Spain, who threw everything at trying to win the gold, ended up with nothing at all and ended up in fourth place.
Yeah, that's sometimes the risk pays off, sometimes it doesn't, but that must have been really painful for them.
Yes, but I mean, it seemed to be the decision they took. They didn't have to do that. They could have sailed conservatively and let other people make the mistakes, and they could still have won the gold by other people making mistakes, but at the very least, they probably would have ended up with a silver or bronze from where they started.
Hopefully they found some kind of contentment with it, because they did what they set out to do. You know, they had a plan and they follow it. But we'll see it all later in the week. For now, we're still in fleet racing. It's still all about sailing consistency, because by sailing consistent, you're gonna get to that top four. Before we get to the final race, we first have to get there. We just finished the first race of Gold Fleet Racing here at the World Championships with the 49ers, and in 7 minutes we'll start the second one.
Yeah, and we will take a quick break and we'll come back into the show again very shortly. So the orange flag is up, but there's no yellow flag yet. We're just 10 seconds away, and then you'll see the yellow flag go up. But again, we are seeing the towels go on the deck chair very early. They want to book their spot. We saw how successful those starts were out of the right-hand end. There goes the yellow flag up, 5 minutes to go. And guess what? 2 of those same teams are in there again. Netherlands 2, the 3-time world champions, and Spain just behind them, Spain 74, the reigning Olympic champions, booking their slot early, putting their tails down early. And there are the overall standings. There's our grid. Jack Ferguson, Jack Hildebrand are overall leaders going into today. Lambrechts and Van der Werken, Netherlands 2. And that's our top 25. Down bottom left, the Burnet brothers. And Matthias Burnet, a 29er world champion, a 3-time 29er world champion. That's the training vehicle, the go-kart to these Formula 1 cars, you could say. And we're coming up to the 4-minute flag now. What kind of flag will go up? I suspect it will be a U flag, probably a red and white U flag, which means that you can't go over the line in the last minute before the start. And yet again, it looks like the right-hand end of this line is proving to be very popular. And boats using every trick to try and hold their position in the line. The helmsmen will be frantically waggling their tillers backwards and forwards. The crew will be using the jib, occasionally backing the jib to keep the boat, or basically to steer the boat, because when you're actually not moving through the water, the rudder doesn't really do any steering. 3 minutes to go, and you can see up on the far side near the committee boat the Dutch teams and also the Spanish team holding station up at the right-hand end of the line. Just under 3 minutes to go. And out on the far right-hand side, there are 3 boats that haven't even begun to book their spot. I don't know if they're waiting for a space to open up, but they are leaving their options quite late. And amongst those, New Zealand 18, bottom left of picture, that's the Olympic silver medalists. And GBR4, which means they were 4th in the last Worlds. That's Great Britain's James Grummett and Ross Hawes.
Yeah, it looks like another race where so far people are favoring the right-hand side of the start line. Very busy. Breeze has seemed to gotten even lighter than last race. I don't think they'll do much stretching now. You still see the waves rolling through. It's quite a nice lineup here on the right. They're all like sardines in a can on that spot, while the whole left of the start line is free for anyone to grab.
Absolutely. I mean, look at the orange flag on the boat, top right of picture. That's the other end of the start line. No one's showing the remotest bit of interest starting up the other end of the line.
Yeah, and it will be really important to not be over early, because with all these people in the same place, it's really easy to get pushed over the line. So that's something to be cautious of while you're in this crowded spot.
It's hard to see from there, but there is the U flag there, the red and white checkered U flag, so you cannot afford to be over early, and they've got 15 seconds to make sure that they are staying the right side of the line. And Netherlands too, managing to hold their spot next to the committee boat as they did, and Spain just doing a half tack over towards the Dutch, Spain wanting to close the gap on the Dutch. So it is the arch rivals from the Netherlands and Spain who are right next to each other at this committee boat, while there's some Johnny come latelys coming in from behind, including the British GBR4, who are looking to do an early tack.
And we're now in the final 40 seconds. You see a few lucky chancers still trying to find a spot behind the fleet, but there's only 30 seconds left, so they have to be really quick. Norway, get out of there, otherwise you're starting 4th row, and it's in this light wind especially important to have clean breeze. The fleet has leveled out quite a bit. They're all lined up with 15 seconds to go before the start in this second race of 49er Gold Fleet Racing.
10 seconds to go, and the mainsail is the wrong way on the Dutch boat. I know it's intentional. I just find it incredible that 3, 2, 1, What will it be like? Who will get the acceleration off the line?
Looks like another clear start to me, but very crowded for a lot of boats. Sweden has a nice start in the middle, jumping out with clear air. A lot of boats here taking away straight away to the right. Is that because they like the right side or because they had a tight lane after start? I can't tell. There's a lot of people taking out to the right. They must be seeing something that we can't see yet.
Well, I think the Dutch got exactly the start they wanted. They fought so hard to stay next to the committee boat, and they dictated when anybody else could tack. So the Dutch were the first to tack. That's who we see there. And Spain waiting just another couple of seconds to clear their air before they tack. So very, very similar starts for the Dutch and the Spanish. Whereas the Norwegians, I think that's Norway somewhere to the left.
Yeah, and you see how big the differences already are. Just a minute after the start, so we already have people tens of meters behind the leaders. Yeah, big differences made here at the start.
Brilliantly executed starts by Netherlands and Spain. And out on the far side, Hong Kong tacks onto port. How will they do? Well, most other boats are tacking onto port, so maybe Hong Kong, if they can get across that USA boat, maybe they can get across everybody else as well. So not terrible, but if the Spanish and the Dutch have fought as hard as they have to get over to that side of the course, they must have seen something over there that's worth fighting for.
Definitely, but for the next minutes, I would say that Hong Kong has a pretty nice life over there. They've got a clear lane and they're going in the direction they want. But this looks like super tight racing for all of the boats. And it's so important to make a cross in front, because to make a duck, you lose a lot of boat speed and you also lose distance. So that's very painful.
And top left, you can see Hong Kong coming from the far side. At the moment they're managing to cross all the port tackers. There's a lot of port tackers. Well, in fact, most of the fleet are on port tack now. And yeah, the left, those that have already got onto port tack could still do okay, couldn't they? It depends what the wind chooses to do.
Definitely, and we can see we saw a big gust up there, which is for sure gonna come down into the fleet. And the big question is, where will it hit the fleet first? Will it hit the fleet first on the right or on the left-hand side?
I think there's a bit of a left-hand wheel going on here, because the Dutch had the best start, but I would say the Spanish are already climbing up the inside.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a left shift, and you can also see that they are sailing a different angle as this moment. So breeze is very local again, and the top boats are definitely gaining right now compared to the bottom boats.
The Dutch on the far right hand side are in danger of being left out of this, because the lifting gust looks like it's coming from the left. The Spanish have tacked. Do they want even more of what they can see on the left-hand side? Are they spotting a significant pressure change or a direction change on the left-hand side? I wonder why else they would have tacked when they did.
Yeah, you could definitely see that big pressure coming down, and it does look like it's going to hit the left first. But let's see. Here we are on the left-hand side of... Well, back to the Dutch. Here we can see how tricky the sailing is. You see the front bow moving up and down with every wave. Very choppy, which makes it very hard to keep the boat speed going.
That's Uruguay, bottom left of our picture, closest to our angle. Uruguay making a breakout for the left-hand side of the racetrack, winning their side of the course. But how are they doing against the far side? I think it looks better top left underneath the scoreboard. And it looks like early advantage to Spain 74. Winners of the previous race, Diego Botin and Florian Trittel.
Yeah, finding space, having a really nice high lane out on port after that, which kept them attached to the wind, which the Dutch fell out of a little bit. And then now taking a nice moment to take over, consolidate some of their win that they had at the start. So the race committee was favored at the start. They took some of that leverage that they had to get back into the fleet, choose some safety, and go from there again. it does look really light. Looking at this Uruguayan boat, barely going forward, struggling a bit. At the moment, it looks like there's a bit more breeze on the right side. Boats are moving faster through the water. I would have a hard time today picking where to go.
Oh, and Uruguay tack, they get back onto port tack, but the sails barely want to fill. I mean, it's really hard to get any momentum for that Uruguayan boat, whereas you look top left and the Spanish just keep on plugging away. They're not exactly going quickly, but they've got boat speed through the water.
There's definitely big holes here, and it's really painful to watch the Uruguayans just being passed by everyone while they were doing quite well. And this is why we say sometimes sailing is like a lottery. They were doing everything well, but then the breeze filled in from a different side, and they'll have to make their way back through the fleet now.
Well, the Spanish have done so well on the upwind legs today. They chose the right-hand side of the first race. Spanish just tacked there back onto port, by the way. And then the Spanish chose left up the second leg of the first race. That proved to be the winning and overtaking move. Now we're back with the Netherlands. Just go through roll tack.
Just tacked onto what they hope is the ley line. They have a clear lane for now, so hopefully they can send it there with the Austrians beneath them also having a clear lane. New Zealand, you even see the crew stretching a bit, so they have found a bit of wind. Top boats are making their way towards the upwind mark now.
So the Dutch already out on that ley line. They haven't given themselves many remaining tactical options. The Spanish have stayed more in the middle, possibly even quite close to the left-hand ley line. I think there's big shifts going on out there.
Definitely, because where we just saw the Uruguayans with in a lot of pain on the left-hand side, now we see the boats on the left having more breeze than the boats on the right again. The wind is keeping the sailors on their toes today. There's no easy way to do it.
And the Spanish got good boat speed by the meager standards of this light wind race right now. They're touching 6 knots at times. Most of the boats only doing about 5 knots.
Yeah, they're definitely found a big gap. We see Poland doing well as well. Denmark, Germany. Lots of different teams from last race, which is fun to see.
And a lot of boats have overstood on the ley line. If you look top right of the grid of the tracking, there's a lot of boats with a lot of reaching to do. So that there has been a big left-hand shift, and that's caught a lot of people out who didn't have enough left in the bank.
Yeah, definitely. And those people going over ley line, they are sailing faster, but they're also sailing more meters.
So rather expensive for those teams. But having said that, they've got good breeze on that side, so that the poor boats on the far side, on the bottom left of the grid,
are looking tougher and tougher. And here we have the first bout rounding the upwind mark, the Spanish team. And I looked for a second like the race is abandoned. I think the race is abandoned. We see sailors who have not rounded the top mark yet already putting their kites up. Everybody is returning. This makes sense. It was such a big shift in the very end towards the left. The race committee has the authority to do this. If they feel like, okay, this racing is becoming unfair, they can choose to abandon the race. No results will then stand from that race. It gets completely scrapped and we start over.
Now, this reminds me very much of the medal race in the Olympics for the 49er, which was abandoned in much flukier conditions that we're seeing here. And I seem to remember that the Spanish were in quite a healthy lead when that race was abandoned.
Yeah, so, I mean, there's definitely sailors here, a lot of sailors with different feelings. You have the Spanish feeling a little bit disappointed, thinking, oh, we were doing well and the race was going well. But then you've got others who got caught unlucky and they're like, phew, I'm very lucky that didn't happen. But the Spanish still can get the confidence that they pull off a nice start, they had nice speed. So it's not like everything gets thrown away and they're back to zero. they still take that skill set onto the next race, just not the results.
And a bit more confidence. Well, not only confidence for them, but for those around them. They must be thinking, how do the Spanish keep on doing this? I mean, I can't help thinking that where Spain and the Netherlands came out of the line, when they both tacked soon after the start of the race, Netherlands had a marginal win at the start. They won the start.
Yeah.
Spain were the second winners of the start.
Yeah.
They couldn't tack until the Dutch tacked. They only tacked about 2 or 3 seconds later.
Yeah.
And we see that difference emerge between the Dutch and the Spanish. Maybe it was a boat speed difference, but I think it was mostly the Spanish picked up a little bit of a lifting gust, and it never quite reached the Dutch. And it just absolutely opened out between those two teams. And there was almost nothing to choose between them.
Yeah, and that shows how nail-biting sailing can be, and how it is sometimes a little bit about being lucky, because maybe the Spanish would have liked to tack earlier also, but they had to wait for the Dutch, and that ended up gaining them a lot in the end. So, yeah.
Fine margins.
Interesting. It's definitely because the wind was too unstable, because right now you see the sailors in trapeze. They can only stand in trapeze if there's enough wind pushing in the sails, and then they need to counteract that by being in the trapeze. So the race was probably abandoned due to too unstable wind. As we saw at one moment, the Uruguayans were in a spot with absolutely no wind, while others were both in the wire. So there's not enough stable wind on the whole race course for all the boats to race in, and that's probably why they made the decision, in combination with this big left shift, to abandon this race and choose fair racing and try again in a couple of minutes.
Well, I think we should try again in a couple of minutes. We're going to take a break, and then we'll get back to you for the restart of this race. Welcome back to the Bay of Cagliari and our live coverage of the 49er FX and Nacra 17 World Championships. Now, if you were with us earlier, you will have seen that race 2 of 49er Gold Fleet was abandoned just after the Spanish had gone round the windward mark with a fairly healthy lead. But the wind had gone really funky. It was all over the place. My name's Andy Rice, sailing journalist, and with me is the wife of one of the competitors out there. It's with me is Adil Lambriax van Aanholt. And Adil, when should a race be abandoned and when should it be allowed to continue?
Race should be abandoned if it's unsafe for the competitors. If the race committee thinks, oh, a lot of people might get injured. The material is not so important, but the people are. So that's one reason they could cancel a race. But another reason is that if they feel that the racing is unfair, which was the case in the last race. It was getting very light. In certain spots of the race area, there was a lot of breeze or enough breeze, and in other areas there was no breeze at all. And on top of that, there was a really big wind shift that the sailors could not have seen so far in advance. So the race committee abandoned the last race. We've now had a bit of a break and a whole new breeze came in. Looks like at least 12 knots. I see boats planing here. You see the Polish boats going really fast with a lot of whitewash behind them. And it has shifted very far left as well. So before we had breeze coming from the sea, and now we definitely have breeze coming from land, which makes it even funkier. And we're now going into the second Gold Fleet race, and we're going to take a look at the rankings to see how the standings are so far.
So there we have it, the winners of the earlier race and leaders of that abandoned race. Diego Botin and Florian Trittel, reigning Olympic champions, in the lead, followed by the three-time world champions from the Netherlands. Our previous leaders going into today, they've dropped to third, but still great performance by the two Jacks from Australia, Ferguson and Hildebrand. And then up to fourth place for USA's Molleris and Bornath. A bit of a slip for Poland's Staniel and Storch. Grummet and Hawes holding sixth place. Schultheis and Rieger from Germany in seventh. Schneider and Planter in eighth for Switzerland. Umpia and Ditz from Uruguay in ninth, and the Olympic silver medalist from New Zealand, McCarty and McKenzie, one place up to 10th. So still points pretty close between the front few. No one is really running away with this. We got 3 minutes 30 to the start. It is, as you say, Adil, in wind direction terms, a complete switch around. It's hard to conceive how much the wind has changed in the short time that we've had off air.
Yeah, definitely a big change, and you also see a big change in setup whereas the last races everybody was really sure a very long time in advance already, I want to start exactly in that place. Now you see a lot of boats still zooming around, going quickly. They're still figuring out where they want to start this race, and I can understand that they're still trying to figure it out because the wind is coming from land, which means you cannot see very far in advance where the next breeze will come from, and you'll need to look a little bit closer to your own boat to see where is the best breeze. And that's what the boats are figuring out right now with 2.5 minutes to go to the start.
Not quite such a scrap for the right-hand end up near the committee boat. It looks like some boats are finally showing some interest in the pin end, which is this little orange flag on this little black boat down near the bottom of the screen. So it looks like we're going to have a much more even spread of these 25 boats across the whole length of the start line.
So just a bit of background info for the non-sailors listening. The start line is between two boats holding an orange flag. In this case, it's like Andy said, the little black boat with the orange flag on it, and then the sailing boats with white sailing boat with a mast, which will also carry an orange flag. And the distance between these boats is often a couple 100 meters. And as you can see, there is no line drawn in the water. The sailors have to look for themselves where they think that the line is, somewhere in between these two boats, which you can imagine is quite hard to do if you're in the middle with hundreds of meters from either boat.
But over time, the more you do it, the more you get a sense of spatial awareness of where the line is. It's never fully accurate, but the penalty to be paid for being too soon over the wrong side of the line is you get disqualified. So it's a heavy price to pay to push a little bit too much. But if you don't push hard enough, you're in the back row. You're in the second row, and you're breathing all the bad air off everybody else's sails that started in the front row.
And I know what that's like. I'm not the greatest starter. I'm always a bit conservative. I don't like taking risks, but I also definitely don't enjoy starting in the back. So that's something that these sailors will try to avoid. We've now got 50 seconds towards the start, and it looks like most sailors prefer to start on the left-hand side of the course. So that's close to us, near that black little boat. And I have to say, when I look up into the course, I can see why they're doing it. It looks like there's a big puff of breeze coming down on the left. You can see that by that the water is a bit darker in that on the left side, and hopefully these boats will get more breeze on that side.
Just 20 seconds to go, and it's pretty even across the line, other than, as Adil pointed out, if anything, the bias is towards the left-hand end of the line, and this time there's going to be no one up near the committee boat. So a little bit of a battle for this end of the line, but a lot more boats will have a front row start this time. And
2, 1, and we're off in the second race. Ooh, very, very tight start by Uruguay. I hope for them that they are not over, but that was either really sharp and right on point or a little bit too early. We'll find out later. Here we have the Danish teams speeding off from the pin end. It's really exciting to see these boats in a bit more breeze. You can see the sailors can now stretch their legs. They are wearing a trapeze harness, and they're hooked in to trapeze hooks, which are attached to the top of the masts. By that, they can sort of float over the water, as you can see. You need great core strength in order to be balanced. You can see really nice image here of the Danish team flying their boat fast. You see the crew working very hard on the main sheet. That's the big, he's controlling the big sail, and the skipper has the rudder in his hand. So each has a different job on board in order to make the boat go fast.
Really good start on the far side by Denmark 79, and good starts by Austria 28, looking particularly good on this side of the race course.
They've definitely popped through, and they have a very clean line. What a great shot here that we have from above. It looks pretty close together. I would not say that one boat is very far ahead of the fleet yet. There's definitely chances to be had on this race course. And there's also still gusts and lulls, so there's spots with less breeze and more breeze that the sailors need to figure out where they want to be. And you see that the sailors here in the front is Denmark 79, Denmark 66, Australia 25, and Spain 74. Denmark 66 just tacking over onto port. That means they no longer have the right of way, and they need to stay away from starboard boats, which they just not do. Very tricky. You see Spain having to make a big duck because they just could not cross. Very tight racing here, and big gains and losses to be had. A good gain for Denmark 66 there, having a nice clear tack, going over to right hand side now.
I was really surprised to see Spain tack when and where they did, because did they ever think, even with a good tack, that they could have crossed that other starboard tacker on their shoulder? But it was a bit of a giveaway by Spain there, I felt.
They must have really wanted to get out to that right-hand side. You do see here that USA 43, who made a poor tack start, is now finding themselves a little bit low, a little bit not much attached to the breeze anymore. Where the boats on top, Austria, France and Spain, they are still attached to the breeze. You can see it's still very local, and you need to be very, very clear on where you want to go.
Most right-hand boat in our picture is Austria 28. That's Keanu Pretner and Jakob Flackberger, sailing really fast in this breeze. And just back from them is the number one on the sail. It's France 1, the reigning world champions. And if anyone loves this full power kind of conditions, it's those guys. Erwan Fischer and Clément Pékin, super fast in a straight line in strong wind.
And here we see the fleet going towards the upwind mark, what is interesting to see is that a lot of them have seemed to overstood the mark, which means they are sailing extra meters. They sailed too far when they were on starboard, and now they are reaching towards the mark while on port, which might give an advantage to these boats here on the right who did not overlay the ley line. And so now we also understand why Spain made the tack where they did. They were already over the ley line when they made that tack, so it was then or never.
Yeah, and I wonder if they spotted it when they did and thought, it doesn't matter even if we've got to duck this boat and give away some ground, it's worth taking the hit. Because Spain looked like they might have just about got away with it, but anyone further to the left of Spain has really sailed extra distance that they didn't need to sail. Keanu Pretner, Jakob Flachberger, Austria 28 have tacked back onto starboard, absolutely charging on with the reigning world champions, France 1, just to leeward of them. And I think this is where our leaders are going to come from, these two boats, Austria and France.
Wow, and they just rolled over the French team, which is super impressive. These are two guys who are not the tallest, and then to roll over such a tall team like Erwan and Clement with such a great speed, that's cool to see. And you really see the young ones coming higher and higher with their level in the fleet. Very exciting to see as we all see it come together here at the upwind mark. It seems like the boats from the right hand side have just won it out from the left hand side, but if they had all stayed in between the ley lines, there would not have been much in it. So looks like pretty stable race course, as we can say, at least for today, with the Austrians leading the pack, gonna hoist their Jenniker now and send it downwind.
And yeah, almost on collision course there with Spain 74, the Olympic champions, who are coming in from the left-hand side. And they're not the leading Spanish, because Konitzer is gone round in about third place and is in danger of rolling over the top of the French.
And you see a lot of boats very tightly together. This is really like Tetris, trying to fit in your puzzle there, and trying not to create a collision with anyone, but also taking a spot if it's up for grabs. You see here the Australians leave a bit too big of a gap and the Dutch take it, while Germany almost falls in the water. Germany 11 with their jibe set. Spicy racing out there.
It sure is. Isn't this a big contrast from what we saw earlier with the Austrians blasting away with their yellow Jenica, just going out of picture at the bottom of the screen, followed by France, and just a little bit further back, New Zealand also doing very well, and the Spanish with their white Jenica in third place down this side of the track. But how will they do on this side of the track with James Grummett and Ross Hawes, GBR4, looking fast and low, looking like they've got a good angle? I wonder if this is an opportunity for the British and the Swedish to attack the leaders from this side.
It at least looks like they've got good breeze. They're sending it, and there you just saw them splash down a little because the waves are still there, even though the wind is coming now from the land. Usually you have flatter water, but we still have the waves because the breeze previously came out from sea, and the boats have to manage that. You see the Austrians struggling a little bit during their jibe, but they're back out on the wire together, back up to speed, and you see with the whitewash behind how much speed these boats generate when the wind is there.
This is 49ers sailing it at its absolute best. We were looking at slim pickings on the Bay of Cagliari just half an hour ago. It was all a bit desperate when that race was abandoned. That race was led by the Spanish. It was abandoned. Now it's being rerun, and it's Pretner and Flachberger from Austria who are leading the charge right now.
In 23rd this morning, so this is a big race for them, and they've been in the top 10 before, so I think they'll be keen to sail more of these races this event and get another top 10 result at this World Championship.
What kind of pressure can the reigning world champions in the far distance with the black kite and the white logo, what can they do? Because we know how fast Erwan Fischer and Clement Pecan can be. And also with the white Jenica of the Spanish boat, 707, also going very well. Konrad Konitzer and Antonio Martinez.
Almost at the same time, rounding the bottom mark with the French having a bit of a mishap. they were late putting down the Jenniker and then got this balance in the boats. They're up and going again. French this time choosing to go out on the left-hand side, while the Austrians pick the right-hand side like they did in the last upwind. And here we see a very nice picture of all the boats coming downwind from all of the sides, with all of the kites coming up in those beautiful colors. It looks crowded.
It sure does. And you've got the choice of these two marks, and you've got that rolling swell underneath you, and you're thinking, which side of the course do I want? But also, I've got these other boats around me. Can I even choose between the two marks, or am I just going to have to take what I'm given?
Yeah, and you see some of these boats are nearly stopped at the mark, and that's because all the other boats in front of them are stopping. They're sort of creating a barrier, and there's no space for them to pass through. The mark roundings are really where it comes all together, and you want to get out clean and fast, quickly. Don't be there for too long.
Out coming in this direction, it's Uruguay just going into attack just ahead of Spain. The Olympic champions carrying on out this side for the time being. The bow punching into these waves, and there's really quite a big chop that's kicked up. France won in the middle of picture, chasing down the leaders, the Austrians, who still hold the lead. But these French are so fast in these conditions. I wonder if Austria will be able to defend against the hard-charging French right now.
It looks like the French made a bit of the gain on the left-hand side, even though the Austrians had a better mark rounding. They've definitely closed the gap towards them. And what's also good to remember is that these sailors have had a long day. We already can see the sun, which is setting in the sails, but they still need to remain focused, because this race is just as important as the last one.
They've got to keep their concentration. Have they taken enough food and drink? Have they had enough switch-off time to actually get their heads back into the game for this? Because there's a lot to think about on this convoluted, tricky race course. This is not a one-track, just go one way kind of race course.
And also a big change up from the last race, where they were crouching, squatting, looking for a little bit, tiny bit of breeze, whereas now they're fully sending it. The boat's going really fast, and they have to make decisions at the same time. So that's a big transition and requires a new way of thinking again. And you see it's quite a nice battle here between France, Austria and Spain, now all on the port tack in this second upwind of the second race of today.
Spain on the left-hand side, punching into some waves on port tack. Really hard to keep the boat speed going consistently. And there is the overview. France looks like they might be overtaking Austria for the lead, just in pure boat speed possibly. They just look like they've got a click extra boat speed on the Austrians. They're taller, they're probably heavier, and that's all going to work to the favour of the French, and a straight arm wrestle between France and Austria. I have to say, I'll put my money on France.
Yeah, close racing, but you also see that they're sailing quite a different mode. So Austria's choosing to go a bit slower, but closer to the wind, sailing less meters, and France is choosing to put their bow down, go fast, sail those extra meters, but hopefully roll over the top of Austria.
And when you're heavier, when you've got more leverage and more righting moment, you have that extra mode that you can apply that maybe if you're lighter, I don't know what weight the Austrians are, but sometimes you're forced into a higher and slower mode when you haven't got the body weight.
Yeah, exactly. So the mode that the French are sailing right now might not be applicable to the Austrians, or the Austrians might think that the mode that they are sailing is better. You never quite know. The Spanish, for example, they're all by themselves. They have the freedom to sail the mode that they think is best. But the French and the Austrians, they are really in a battle with the two of them. While you see that the boats are really punching into the waves, still tricky sailing with this heavy chop.
Now, looking top of screen, you see Uruguay 14 right at the top of the tracking. And they were ahead of Spain 74. But Uruguay potentially have gone over ley line, which if they have, surely did they not learn from what happened to a lot of the fleet on the first time round? You know, overstanding the ley line from that far out. I wonder if they've handed a place to Spain, who tacked a little bit earlier. Yeah,
so it might be that the left hand of the the race course is favored, so people want to go out there. But then you have that chance of being pushed out too far over ley line, because if you want to go back towards the right side, you're on port. You don't have right of way. So yeah, you can be pushed out to that side. They're looking pretty good right now. We're just looking with a nice drone footage from the top at the boats approaching the top mark. And yes, you were right, Andy. You put your money on France, and that was a good bet, because they're now here rounding the top mark in first place as we speak. Here comes their Jenniker, their black and white Jenniker, being hoisted by Clement, the crew.
He's a man-mounted, isn't he?
He is huge. He's a veteran of the class, but a gentle giant. A very nice guy and a great sailor. And it's really the French and the Austrian battling it out here at the front, with quite a big gap behind them.
Here comes Uruguay in from the port hand ley line. I don't know how much they overstood, if they did. But they ducked behind the Spanish 74, the Olympic champions, who they had been ahead of. So I think that was a bit of a tactical giveaway by Uruguay, but it hasn't lost them too much.
And the Kiwis have found their way to the top again. I know they also like these conditions, and they're blasting it downwind. Here come all the boats. Very fun sailing.
It's really, really full on. It's drop yourself down to your knots, get right to the back of the bus, get your foot in the foot loop, and just send the boat as fast as you possibly can.
And what's fun also is that it's not yet survival conditions where you have to hold back a little bit so you don't pitch pull or capsize, but it's conditions where you can fully send. You don't need to be conservative, yes. And you can see it here as they're blasting downwind. The wind is on. You can see that by the dark spots, the dark breeze in the water, and the boat's just gliding. This is what the 49er was made for.
Absolutely fantastic fun in these conditions. Erwan Fischer and Clément Pequin. We saw so much of these guys in Lanzarote at the last World Championship, which they absolutely dominated. They were so fast in those big wind, big wave conditions in Lanzarote. And that's a little bit of what we're seeing right now. These guys are coming into their own. And they haven't done an awful lot of sailing this year. They're like a number of the top teams that have chosen to take a bit of time out. And Erwan has become a dad this year, I believe.
Yeah, a little girl, Lou, 5 months ago. And what's nice is that he has a brother called Kevin. And Kevin has substituted for him, still sailing with Clement. So Clement has quite a full season, but not every time with Erwan. And they're in 17th this morning. I think they're hoping for more. So they're doing a good race to get back into that top spot. Let's see how far they can come.
And you can see they got the highest boat speed on the race course, doing close to 17 knots of speed. No one else is getting up to that kind of speed. Now, that's probably not just how fast they are. It could be also that they've got the best breeze where they are on the race course. So it could be a combination of things. But generally, they seem to have slightly higher average boat speed downwind. And we've certainly seen they've got good speed upwind.
And Austria is just doing their final jibe into the finish, as well as France. This is their last jibe. You want to get it right. You don't want to mess up here. But of course they don't. And here they are finishing in between the two blue flags, the finish. Great job by the French reigning world champions, Erwan and Clément. What a great race. Very clean.
And a great race also by Austria, 28. Yes, they did lead. They couldn't quite keep the French at bay, but a second place for Austria is fantastic. And then here are the Olympic silver medalists just holding on to third place across the line ahead of the Spanish, but not those Spanish we've been talking about so much. It's the other Spanish. It's Conrad Konitzer and Antonio Martinez, soon to be followed across the line by that Olympic spinnaker. You could see the yellow and the red of the Spanish flag just being tucked away into the chute of Spain 74, followed by Uruguay coming across in 6th place and Germany in 7th.
And there we have
Denmark
66 with Frederick Rusk and Jacob. Their best event finish ever was a 3rd place at the World Championships in Oman. And a great race for the Dutchies. First time Gold Fleet, 4, 5, 6. Wiebrandtenstein. Oh, and here come all the boats together. It's so close at the finish. They're all finishing within seconds of each other. Oh, that's tight. Right before the finish, you've sailed 30 minutes, and then it comes down to the final meters, final seconds.
So close, isn't it? And then Denmark 79 coming across just ahead of Hong Kong. And then Netherlands 2. Adil's husband, Bart Lambrecht's a bit of a messy sail across the line and not their greatest finish there. They'll be disappointed with that, especially in that breeze.
Disappointed, as well as the Polish pair who were following them. They were doing really great overall, but they've already had 2 bad races in a row. They need to switch probably their mentality a bit to hopefully finish with a good last race.
And still the back markers coming across the finish. USA 43. Bit of a disappointing finish for them. They were doing so well earlier on in the race. And McCarty and McKenzie, probably one of the biggest climbers to finish in third there. They really had a good second leg, didn't they?
Yeah,
second upwind leg.
Definitely clean around the bottom mark, and then a very clean second upwind to get them into that third place.
So that was a big change of pace. Not so surprising to see Fischer and Pecan win that race. That's
definitely
right back in their wheelhouse, that kind of racing, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I definitely put a lot of, maybe not all my money, I cannot say that, but I
definitely if anyone can't put all their money, it's you.
I put some money on them.
We'll scrap that bit. We'll take it out of the edit.
No, they're great sailors, and they're tall sailors, which is really important. Once the breeze becomes, as we say, overpowered. So the breeze is always pushing into the sail, and by putting your weight out, you're counteracting that and you create speed forward. But there comes a point where you're pushing with all your weight as much as you can, but there's just too much power, there's too much wind pressing in the sails. And that's the moment that you start releasing the sails, you let go a bit of the power. And some people who are very light have to do that quite early on. If you're a heavier, taller team, you can hold on to that power for longer, and that power generates into speed. So being a tall, heavy team plays into your advantage as soon as the wind gets to around 10 knots, which we definitely had in that last race.
And you well know that battle, because that's really the battle that you had against the Swedes. You did end up getting the gold medal in primarily a light wind Olympics last year. No, not so much?
Yeah, I mean, I'd call it, we had 2 light days, 2 heavy days, and 1 medium. So I'd say pretty all around, but we were very happy that it wasn't blowing 14 knots every single day, because that would have been a hard Olympics for us.
Yeah, I mean, you're not the smallest, but you're definitely not the biggest. I mean, most people have the Swedes, Vilma Bobeck and Rebecca Netzler, down as the biggest, fastest team in the stronger wind. And it didn't matter how well you sailed, they were probably in a straight line going to have a speed advantage on you.
Yeah, we had them as our training partners, so we were well aware of the fact that they were very fast, and they also had great technique. So I don't want to take anything away from that, but their height and their weight definitely helped them go fast in breeze, which the whole fleet was sort of struggling to get behind. And luckily, sometimes we also have light breeze, and then the lighter teams get a bit more of an advantage. So that's what you always hope for as a sailor, that you have a bit of an all-round regatta. Because otherwise it just becomes who's the tallest wins.
Yeah, and yet you had great all-round speed. I mean, you were pretty much comfortable in all conditions, really, weren't you?
Yeah, I'd say so. It was also fun because Annette came in from a team who preferred heavy breeze. I came in from a team who preferred light breeze. So we had a bit of a combination with a lot of knowledge that we could combine. And we worked a lot, especially on the light breeze. We had a couple training camps in the winter in Oman by ourselves, but also with the Swedish. So we really invested in getting faster in that light breeze, and also learned a lot, also for example, from the Singaporeans, who are a light team, but also really made it their superpower. So you often see that teams who are, because of their weight, good in something, also develop really good technique around it. So it's not just weight and everything, but it's also the technique. And when you can combine it all together, yeah, you get the best of both worlds.
Yeah, great insights. Thank you very much, Adil. We're going to take a short break. We are going to get into sequence of the next race in about 3 minutes. Back to you soon.
Welcome back. We are here for the final race of today with the 49er men Gold Fleet.
So we've seen race wins so far today for Spain in the first race, and now just a few minutes ago for France. So that's a race win for the reigning Olympic champions first, and then the reigning world champions in the second race. So whose turn will it be this time round? The breeze is still up. We know that the French are fast in these conditions, but maybe it's the turn of Netherlands too to win a race. They should be able to win a race, shouldn't they?
They definitely should. I mean, I hope so. I'm secretly rooting for them. But there's lots of good fast teams here, and like you said, breeze still looks up. We're in the last 4 minutes of the race, so we're starting pretty soon. It looks so far like race committee is really biased. You see all the boats around the race committee, but as you can see, the pin end is the black boats all the way on the left of our screen, and they're quite far down.
Okay, so you think it really is, the committee boat is really the only decent place to start? Is that the obvious place to go?
It looks like it from now. Probably the sailors know better, but from the outside perspective, I would say so. In the last race, we had a lot of boats going over the ley line on the left-hand side. They were being pushed too far on the left and ended up saving a lot of extra meters. The whole fleet has seen that, so we're hoping not to see that again, and everybody's staying neatly in between the lines. But let's see if they do.
Is this an opportunity for a Botin Florian special off the start, doing the port tack start near the committee boat, breaking out into the right-hand side very early? Do you think there's that opportunity to do that?
Yeah, it could possibly be. It didn't look like too much difference in pressure, so you mostly, we call it stable racing, you mostly just want to sail the boat really fast in a clear lane, and it matters a little bit less which side you go to. That's what it looks like from outside. We don't know how the sailors feel about that, but they all are lining up right now, mostly from committee to the mid line of the start.
Meanwhile, Netherlands 2 is to windward of the committee boat. They're a long way away from lining up for the start at the moment. They're just about to drive round the back of the committee boat, way in the distance.
Yeah, so sometimes you find a spot, but the spot doesn't really work out, and you have to bail out and reposition and find a new spot. But not everybody is super lined up yet. Everybody's still quite far back from the line, so there is still time to find a new gap and work your way in it.
Well, the Vikings are looking to dominate both ends of the line. We got Denmark 79 and Denmark 70 looking to book their spot at this end of the line. And up at the other end, we got Denmark 66 claiming one of the best spots right next to the committee boat, with Netherlands 2 just a little bit back from the Danes, looking like they're going to try and stick their nose in between the committee boat and the Danes. And it could be that on the far side, the Dutch have managed to achieve that. Uruguay down this end of the line with the two Danish teams. And I note that Denmark 79, closest to picture right now, they seem to go for the pin end an awful lot. It seems to be that that's Jonas Vora's sort of favourite default start position.
Yeah, so one advantage of starting at the pin end line is that you have no boats underneath you. And then you can sort of go for speed very quickly. There's no boat stopping you there, blocking you there. So you're a bit freer in your own mode. And I can definitely imagine if they're a new pairing still trying to figure out their synchronicity in the boats, that it's nice to give yourself some space. But as far as I can see right now, it does look like the race committee is a bit biased and that the boats there will have a bit of an advantage. What we also see right now is still a bit of a line sack, or a banana we call it. We saw it in earlier races as well, where the boats who are close to the ends of the line are very close to the lines, and the boats in the middle are further behind. That's because it's harder for them to gauge where the start line is, but they got 25 seconds, so it's time to go, guys.
Yeah, and that line sag in the middle of banana that Odile has been talking about with 18 seconds to go is still absolutely enormous. So there's the opportunity for someone like the Swiss 77 to really accelerate and shoot forwards, because I think they're going to be late out the middle of the start.
And boats are getting really close to the line already with just 4 seconds. I'm really, really hoping that no one is over, but a couple of boats are really close there, especially that Spanish boat, Spain 74. just before the start, they were really close.
They sure were, and they're now in danger of being second row. I think Botin and Trittel knew how close they got, and they had to back off from their best start, but already they've managed to pull forward and get their nose into some clear air again, while the likes of Uruguay and Hong Kong are out on the right-hand side, tacking onto port tack early and trying to find some clear air.
So in a start, ideally, before the start, with about 10 seconds to go, you still have a bit of space between you and the line, so you can actually accelerate the boats before the start. Before the start, all the boats are almost completely stopped, and it always takes a bit of time to go from 0 to 100 top speed, so you need a little bit of space for that.
Well, we wait to hear if that was a clear start or not. We still have our concerns that maybe one or two boats broke the start line a little bit early, in which case they would be disqualified. But look, Spain is already broken out somewhere close to the front, and also really good early sailing by Denmark 66, looking really, really strong in these early stages. Denmark 66 being another team that seems to love the right-hand end of the line and likes to put their towel on the deck chair early. That's Frederik Rask and Jakob Prekk Jensen.
Yeah, and we saw them already at the beginning of the starting sequence on that right-hand side, defending their spot, and they managed to take it. So that's really nice. And you actually see quite a split in the fleet again, about 50% going towards the right, 50% towards the left. It looks like a stable race. And we just got the news in. There was one boat over, but it wasn't the Spanish. It was France 1. So the boat that has won the previous race is disqualified for this race.
Ouch. And look, the France one in the middle of picture, you can barely see them, but they're sailing away from us. France 1, not even having a particularly good race right now. So for all the fact they were over early on the start, they're not even having a particularly special first part of the leg.
And it just shows how quickly you can go from hero to zero in this 49er fleet. And unfortunately for France, that happened to them. Really close cross here between Denmark and Sweden. They just managed to cleanly sail through. And for Denmark now, it's hoping that no one tacks on them, because if they have to sail this long port tack with bad air, that's painful. And it's their fellow countrymates tacking right in their face, showing no mercy. They think this is the favorite spot attack. It doesn't matter if you're Danish too. We are attacking right here.
Well,
that's fierce.
I think the crew, Jakob Prekk Jensen, Jakob Prekk Jensen used to crew
for Jonas.
For
correct.
Jonas
They
Vara.
went to the Tokyo Olympics together.
Yeah.
No longer a team now.
Bottom of the screen, GBR4 going fast. Ross Hawes and James Grummett. Are they all right for the ley line on that side of the racecourse? Because we have seen people overstanding.
And it looks like they're overstanding. It looks like it's quite a short racecourse, because as soon as they're out of the start, they almost already have to tack back in order to stay in the racecourse. Short races means that the start is extra important, because there's less time to catch up.
At Denmark 66, they're somewhere near that left-hand ley line. They could have tacked earlier if they had wanted to, and they were clearly ahead of Spain 74. But a bit like Uruguay in the previous race, I wonder if they've done a bit of a Uruguay here and tacked unnecessarily late on that left-hand ley line.
Yeah, poor Uruguay, if we're going to call this the Uruguay move.
Oh, that's mean, isn't it? That's mean.
Oh. No, it's really fun. And if you look at the tracker, you see that almost all of the boats are still lined up right next to each other. So even though they've already had the start and sailed hundreds of meters, it's still very close racing. And it's as if we just started this race.
Yeah, that's very true. I mean, it could go so many different ways right now. It looks good from that angle for GBR4. But it really depends where that ley line is.
Definitely looks good. You see all the boats coming together now. It does look like the left-hand side has paid off a little bit more than the right-hand side. They are just crossing in front of the boats from the right.
Spain on the far right, the most right-hand of the boats we're looking at. Their positioning, again, looks really, really good. They just seem to be able to attack at just the right time, go as far as you dare up to a ley line without quite actually going over it.
Yeah, definitely. And in the previous race, we saw the boats coming a bit more from the right side, who were front at the top mark. But that was also because all the other boats were overlaying. And now that you see when the boats are staying inside, it's actually the left-hand side paying off more.
Now, would you believe it? France won after having a fairly awful first half of the leg, have hauled their way back into contention. Poland 64 tacks. France 1 is just ahead of them on the right-hand side of our screen. And France 1 is possibly up into the top 3 of this race after an absolutely, well, not absolutely awful, but not particularly great first half of the leg. But let's not forget, they are the one that was called UFD disqualified for starting a little bit too soon. So however well they do across the finish line, it's going to count for nothing.
And Spain has had great boat speed on that Portac because they are well ahead of the Danish and now going around the top mark once again in first. Great sailing by Diego Botin and Florian Trittel, followed closely by the whole rest of the fleet, very tightly packed together. Denmark 66, Poland 19, France 1, UFD, and the Polish 64 finally looking like they're having a good race today, which they definitely needed after 2 bummers before this.
And this is all playing into the hands of the Spanish. Look at them sailing away over the horizon because all this traffic is just means everyone slows everyone up. And the spray blowing away off that kite. Did someone forget to check their kite beforehand? That looks like a soggy kite that just went up there.
That looks like a wet kite, but it's really choppy waters here. So during this upwind, a lot of water can come into that kite. And poor crew has to pull all this water up into the air while hoisting the 3rd sail for the downwind. Here we see all the kites coming up. Beautiful look here with the sun coming down and with all the kites, with all the colors up, speeding downwind.
We haven't got that much sunlight left, actually. I'm just having a look when sunset is today. It's starting to look absolutely beautiful, this light, but it does mean that we're running out of race time. So it's 7 minutes past 6, and at 6:53, the sun goes down.
Wow. These are the shots that we live for. I hope that the sailors are enjoying this while they're also very nervous and very tuned in. Can take one little second to look at this beautiful view. We are certainly enjoying this sailing in beautiful Cagliari.
And there is the bright yellow and red kite of our race leaders. They already won the first race earlier today. That is Diego Botin and Florian Trittel, reigning Olympic champions.
They've just jibed, which means that they think they are on or close to the ley line for the mark. And pretty soon we will see if they got that right. They're still sailing in clear air, so able to make the boat go fast. You also see that now that there's more breeze, they're sailing standing further back into the boat. At this point, there is a risk that the bow of the boat digs into the waves and you can capsize, which you obviously don't want. So they're standing on the very last centimeters of the boat in order to keep that bow clear of the water and going forward.
Like a lot of top sport, when you see the very best in the world doing it, they make it look very easy. And sometimes I think it would be even more entertaining to put some complete beginners in 49ers and show just how difficult these boats are to sail.
Yeah, you certainly forget because they make it look so easy. But even when it looks easy, there's a lot of hard work going into it and has already gone into it to get to that point. Now we're looking at the gates. Spanish choosing change of course. That's you can see that with the little boat. There will be a new mark. The next mark will be a new one. So keen to see what they have done.
So that's the course has been shifted further to the left. Is that right? Correct, rather, I should say. Just the red flag means the next mark is further to the left.
Yeah, that makes sense because the left-hand side won a lot the last leg, so wind has shifted left, and then the race course should be changed accordingly. Right now we're looking at a lot of boats coming to the mark at the same time. Like we said before, a bit of a blockage. You want to get in and out as quickly as you can. Some boats are already having their helmets on. I kind of understand. Breeze is turning on. Waves are there. It's full on sailing.
People also wear helmets, not just for protection, but maybe also an extra bit of leverage, bit of extra weight in the right place, do you think?
Oh, yeah, maybe. I don't
really?
know. I don't know. I think it's very important to stay safe on the water.
Round go, Isaac McCarty and Will Mackenzie a little bit stuck back in the pack for their high standards. But I think there's going to be plenty of opportunity for place changing. Look how clustered they are.
Definitely, and most important right now is to get that clear lane of breeze, which gets harder and harder once you are in the back of the fleet. So in the lighter breeze, we still said sometimes it's tricky to be out front because the people from the back can get a puff sailing downwind and just come all the way towards you. But if it's this breezy, stable conditions, it really is that the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. The more you're in the back, the harder it is to find free breeze and make your boat go fast. And once you're in the front, it's easy sailing, champagne sailing we call it.
Like it is for the French front of our screen, but little do they know that all this effort counts for nothing. A bit of a header for them. I wonder if they'll go for a tack fairly soon and close gauge on the far side of the race course. There's a lot of separation between the French on this side of the racetrack and the Spanish, who we can see top left. And will that shift have closed the French in a little bit more on the lead held by the Spanish? And I'm wondering, even though the Spanish have a very healthy lead, at the back of their mind, I bet they must be thinking, are we actually legit? Did we cross the line okay, or did we break the start line a little bit early because they were so close?
I'd be thinking that the whole race. I called them as over, so they were definitely pushing it. But if they're good sailors, they're putting that towards the back of their mind. They can't influence that right now. They can only influence what they're doing at the moment. And what they're doing at the moment is sailing really nicely. We do see once again that left-hand side looking very good. The French have definitely gained a lot of distance on the Spanish. And also when you look at the rest of the fleet, you see that the left-hand side is so far paying off for the sailors.
So what would the Spanish do? They could put a hard tack on the French, but are they going to let them go and allow the leverage to build out again?
Yeah, they probably saw the French coming from the left, gaining so many meters, and thought, we want some of that as well. So continuing their route towards the left, great boat speed, and let the French go to the right, because they probably think we don't want to go to the right anyways. You go ahead and take that right side. We'll take left.
We also know the Spanish don't really like getting up onto that ley line too soon. Oh, big jump off a wave for the French in the background there. Some big waves that they're leaping over here. Some real little lumps out there.
Yeah, big chop, which in the upwind just makes the boat slow down, and in the downwind is a real risk of capsizing the boat.
So the French tack back for a little bit more, and now we see another collision course between Spain and France. I wonder if France have gained the upper hand.
Yeah, it actually looked like they sailed a really nice shift and tacked at the right moment and gained even more meters towards the Spanish, or even have passed them. Great, especially tactical and strategical sailing by the French.
It's going to be really close, but will the French be able to tack back, or will they have to let the Spanish duck underneath them? Really interesting match race opening up between the reigning world champions and the reigning Olympic champions.
Oh, here they go. Right on the face of the Spanish. They're not afraid to hurt them a little.
And this is where you start to think, oh, this is a little bit unfair on the Spanish, because the French shouldn't be in this race. The French don't know that they shouldn't be in this race, so it's not their fault. But
yeah,
the French started illegally.
This is the Vaccarel's talk we were talking about, where if we could have a little computer on the boats just telling the boat, you're over, please go back behind the line. Right now, that would maybe be a good thing. But it makes for very interesting sailing, seeing the top of the world battling it out against each other in sort of a speed test. Looks like the French are aiming for a bit of a higher lane, a higher groove, and the Spanish going for a bit of a lower groove. You also see that the French have their Vang, which is one of the control systems they have to change the shape of the sail. They have it a little bit tighter than the Spanish, which also allows them to go into this higher mode, whereas the Spanish are having it a bit looser and choosing to go into a bit of a faster, lower mode. But it's not a lot of difference between them, is there?
No, really not. I mean, it looks to me like, having put a hard tack on the Spanish, the French are not exerting their advantage as much as they could. They're sort of herding the Spanish in the same direction.
Yeah, they are essentially controlling the Spanish now, and if the Spanish would choose to tack over, the French could tack right with them and still, like we said, conservative sailing. They are putting themselves between the mark and the Spain, so Spain has no chance of overtaking.
And France marginally winning this arm wrestle, the Spanish gradually falling behind, and the French decide to tack. That must surely mean they're on the ley line. And so the Spanish have to sail a little bit further. That's just another second or so that they give up of distance to the French. And the French are going to lead into this top mark for the final time.
Beautiful tacks by both teams. Very nice to say. There we see the Dutch team of Wie Brandenstein in third. Oh, great for this young team. Battling it out with two champions. Tacking also onto the ley line. Little bit of a tight line towards the mark, a bit unnecessary. Also, we've still got Poland coming in on port, fast with speed, and they'll go behind the Dutch and tack there.
France up and running with their black and white kite. Spain getting their Jenica set, and the French fully up to speed, and they stretch away from the Spanish. It looks like the French are well placed to cross the finish line in first. But
that's the big but. Oh, that must be painful for them. Luckily, they sailed a really good race before this, so they'll probably have a bit of a smile coming off the water today, but they would have preferred two billets, of course.
What would you rather have, a first and a disqualified, or two 12th and 13th places somewhere in the middle of the pack? Same amount of points, but how would you rather get those points?
I think a first and a UFD, because that at least means that the level of sailing that we're showing is really good.
Yeah. Even if they don't get a score on the board, they prove it to themselves that they know what they're doing.
Having said that, I haven't had a UFD or a BFD in about 4 years. So it's not really something that I can give my opinion about, because it's not relevant for me. But if I were in that position.
I could have said that up to about 3 weeks ago, and then I got a UFD and a BFD in the same day at my Musto Skiff National Championship.
Oof.
I collected a lot of letters that day.
You were too excited.
I was too excited. Yes, I did. Twice.
Well, that's something you don't want to do at a World Championships, because it is really costly. Just to be clear, if you get a UFD, if you were over the line early, you get the same amount of pace points +1 as finishing dead last in a race. So it's something that, if you can, you really want to avoid.
I would agree with that. So France have jibed, now Spain jibe. Spain making it relatively easy for the French to defend. They're not trying anything different. I think Spain are just happy to consolidate for a second place. They're sailing a really solid series, the Spanish, and I think we will see them take the new lead and take the yellow bibs tomorrow, based on how we've seen them sail today.
Definitely, and we see the Danish here sailing a really, really nice downwind, sort of sending it almost over the top of Spain. Not quite giving Spain bad area, but almost. It's tight racing till the finish here, huh? And even the Dutch, but the Dutch are in a bit of a difficult position there, because they are squeezed in between the Danish and the Spanish. So if they go faster and more to the front, they will get bad air from the Danish. So you never want to be in that squeeze sandwich position.
Yeah, it's funny. You're the expert. I would have thought that the Dutch were fine where they are, and it looks different there, that they could roll over the Spanish. I think that's a bit of foreshortening of the camera. I don't think Spain are in that much trouble from the Netherlands.
Yeah, they almost look like they are in the position to roll, which is Great from the Dutch youngsters sailing their boat so fast. I think Spain will pull through. Spain is also in a little bit of disadvantage because Spain is sort of dragging a bit behind France, but then they've got the Dutch chasing them in the back. Here we've got the finish. Also, the boats from the other sides have done a really good downwind. There's the Polish coming in. They have right of way over the Dutch. So let's see. Okay, the Dutch just managed to squeeze in front. Good for them.
Now let's watch the body language as the French go across the finish line. What will the body language be? Will it be a high five? Will there be any interaction between
They
the
will
two
not
of them?
hear a horn, and he's looking very confused, rightfully so. That's painful.
Look at how the traffic is coming across the finish line now. It's so close between so many boats, all coming across at once. Denmark, Austria, Poland, Great Britain on the far side, United States coming in.
Oh, the French. You can just see the disappointment there. There's no fist bumps. There's no high fives. They're looking down a bit, confused. They're probably going to want to watch that start back to see how far it was that they were over the line. And here we see all the boats finishing their final race of the day, fully sending it.
Isaac McCarty and Will Mackenzie just going out of picture. Then Uruguay just coming across the finish line. USA, Australia.
And
Two Australians.
We haven't seen much of the two Jacks today.
No, that's a good point.
They were in first this morning, but some tough racing for the Jacks today, and I don't think they'll be too happy with that. New conditions. Also, Goldfleet's always a very different standard of racing, where you sometimes can get away in qualifying with a little bit of messy mistakes. Goldfleet doesn't allow those things, so they might need a good debrief. And the sailors are heading home with the sun setting behind that big hill here in Cagliari after a big day, because they've done some wading as well, huh?
Yeah, that is a super long day out on the water. There's going to be some tired bodies. And there we... it's a beautiful sight. Over Sella Diavolo, the Devil's Saddle, as the sun sets over that famous landmark of Cagliari here in the south of Sardinia.
So summarizing a bit of this first day, we had a light, tricky first race for the 49ers. We had, after that, two quite stable, breezy conditions. So I think overall, great day of racing for them. The Nacras also had a light race, very flat waters in that first one, and then two beautiful races to finish with some foiling.
Yes, the sailors really have been tested in many different modes today. It's been a real all-round challenge of different sailing conditions, different angles. We've pretty much had the wind come from the south and then the wind come from the north. It's been all over the place, but somehow rising above it all, certainly in the 49er, Diego Botin and Florian Trittel winning the opening race of the session, winning the last race of the session once you discount the French, who were disqualified for being over the line early. But at least the French can assure themselves that they won the middle of today's three races.
Yeah, great day for them, and great day for sailing as well. It looked a bit tricky at one point that we thought, oh, are we going to get any more racing in? But the Nacra as well as the 49er fleet managed to get 3 races in. 49er FX Gold only managed 2, so they'll be really keen to get more Gold Fleet racing in tomorrow. And it's exciting to see this high level of racing, huh?
It really is. It really is. We're 3 out of the 10 Olympic disciplines. This is their World Championships this week for 49er FX and Nacra. We have now completed day 4. We've got 2 more days to go. We're getting to the sharp end of the competition. And on the final day, it really sharpens up because it's only the top 20 that compete in one final race. You can't drop that race. You've got to count that in your scores. And then the top 4 at the end of that will go through to contest the medals. And that is a new format, never been tested before. The whole sailing world, the Olympic sailing world's in a bit of flux in terms of where a format's going to go. It's quite controversial. We, in our own way at this World Championships, are trying to see if we can solve that problem, but there's many other format discussions on the table. But Adil, I want to thank you so much for all your insights and input today. I think you kept very measured about your observations of Netherlands too, where your husband is racing. I don't think we could tell from your commentary that you were silently cheering for one boat in particular. So thank you for your neutral commentary, but also really exciting to work with you, because you are right at the top. You're the reigning Olympic and world champion in the 49er FX, and we can't ask for better than that.
Thank you. I had a lot of fun. I'll be here again tomorrow. And like Andy said, we're getting towards the pointy end. Tomorrow is really important to qualify for that top 20 race and then for that top 4 race. So it'll be really excited, even more nerves for all the sailors, and hopefully great wind.
Well, from Adil and from me, Andy Rice, hope you've enjoyed today's live stream, and we really hope to see you back tomorrow for some more world-class racing. We'll see you then. Bye for now.